Let me just get to the best part. Let me just get to the best part. Um, um, um. That probably get my stream completely demonetized, but who cares? I fuck heavily with the Tenet soundtrack. That shit goes so hard. That soundtrack goes so unbelievably hard. The movie, music. Oh, but welcome all ye who have entered. That looks crazy. Welcome to the second to last Saturday of the year. Been a time. Been a time. There's a gun trilogy. Okay. Oh. Can't believe the year is almost over. Cannot believe the year is. Did I get all my Christmas shopping done? The majority of it, yeah. I still have to get a couple of gifts, but those are surprises. The person doesn't know they're getting a gift. So I gotta keep that. Keep that hush hush. But yeah, I've done the majority of my shopping already. And I myself am a very easy shopper, mostly because I buy the things I want, so no one has to really get it for me. Which does actually make me harder to buy stuff for, I guess, because I already have most of what I want. I just hate waiting. If I want something, I'm gonna just get it. I'm gonna just get it. But also, I was feeling a little tired. That's why I pushed the stream back a little. Usually I stream around like 7:30, but I was like, okay, I gotta see if I have energy. And I do. I found it. I found it. But I also didn't do much planning, much in the way of planning the stream. Surprise, surprise. There's gonna be lots of talking today, lots of yapping, and then maybe, hopefully, we'll play some Returnal, or I'll just tease you guys about playing Returnal and play something else. But I feel like if this is, if this is your first time watching me, I'm sorry. But if this is like your second time, you guys know what to expect. Don't come here expecting some well thought out shit to do. I'm just a guy. And I'm not sure if you guys heard, but I'm just a guy now, especially because my career's over. My YouTube career is done. It's donezo's. So I apologize. I apologize, you guys, for having my career end. Cut down in the prime of my life. 6,000 subs and just wasted, gone. Oh man, I know I did a video on that. I know I talked about that on my my last video, which is doing but that was a rant that I posted at 12 a.m. So I figured that'd be the case. I also know that like my output isn't as consistent as it should be, but again, my career's dead, my channel's dead. So why do I care? But no, in all seriousness, I take off a lot of time towards the end of the year. So my uploads go from like almost 3 times or 4 times a week to like once or twice. I'm looking through my shit and oh yeah, I was way more active in like October. Damn, in November I only posted 4 videos the entire month of November. Yeah, okay. I can see why the algorithm is not too pleased with me. But you guys are still here. You don't want to hear me talk about YouTube algorithms, whatever. But just know that no, I'm not dead. I simply just have things I do in real life, and YouTube's not my career, not my the thing I do for fun. Sometimes gives me a little bit of money, but I mostly do it for fun. I'm like Saitama, you know, I'm just a YouTuber for fun. Trying to make this shit a career. If I have to do what the people I talk about do, I'm good. I'm good being a wage slave. I don't want to do this for a career if that's what you got to do. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Well, it is a little bit. We're going to talk about some random stuff today. Top of my head, we're going to talk about this, what's happening in gaming with the CEOs, because that shit is very weird. And then I found a couple articles I wanted to look at, most of them from Dexerto, because end of the year, not much is happening. I saw some cool game trailers I want to talk about, and then we can we can play some games. Focus more on gaming. There was someone in one of my comments, which I do read. I know you shouldn't read the comments, but I do read them. Not all of them, but majority of them. And they were talking about like putting out stuff more positive. I don't think I put out necessarily negative content, but I do understand where they're coming from. So like I should focus on like playing more games and talking about games. So I'm gonna do more. That's what the streams are for. The streams are more for you guys to understand me as a person. And then the videos are more for me. The streams are for you. Videos are for me. If I want to talk about something, I can just talk about it in video form. But streaming is free form. You guys get a sense of like, damn, I'm surprised he puts out even one video a week. Like my last video was a rant. I barely edited it. I'm like, I'm just gonna put it up there. That's what I do. I at least enjoy your content quite a bit. It's not to have you someone to type of game politics. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's kind of what I pivoted towards. I wanna say like at this point, like 2 years ago, ranting for vengeance. I mean, I guess in the sense I am, but in a more like literal sense, I it's so weird that kid. I know it's a huge pause, but I was thinking what to say properly because he's a child. I still feel so weird about that because like talking about ranting for vengeance and then like trying to do it in a way where it's like maybe this would be helpful and educational, and then I see him on Twitter and he's attacking Scott Snyder and Dan Mora for Batman stuff they didn't even do. And I'm just like, oh, this kid doesn't like comic books at all. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Listen, if you're not a fan of Zack Snyder, I don't care. You know what? Valid. But Scott Snyder's run on Batman was an instant classic run. That shit. I mean, Scott Snyder, if you guys aren't familiar with like, I don't know if you guys are big into comic books ever, but like Scott Snyder's run on Batman, that's where you get like the Court of Owls. Like that's where you get like Batman like year like zero with the 0 year with the Riddler. Like he was putting out bangers. He even had a whole part of the Batman run where Bruce Wayne wasn't even Batman and it was a giant robot piloted by Commissioner Gordon. And that shit was sick. Like he did some things. Like that shit was a banger. And to see people just like shitting on that, me personally, Court of the Owls, come on. Absolute Joker, yes. I'm keeping up with the Absolute series. I've gotten back into comics, um, which is no small part due to the Absolute universe. That shit is it's. I know I'm gonna sound like a weeb, but hey, I'm wearing it. I think the reason why the Absolute universe is doing spectacularly well is because it's an entry point for newer people, and it's taking like the manga approach of just focusing on like one story and not trying to interweave 8,000 different things. Like in the Absolute universe, Absolute Batman is doing something, Absolute Wonder Woman's doing nothing, Absolute Superman, Absolute like Flash, all that stuff too. But it's not like somewhere else in the Absolute universe there's already another version of Batman and Superman. They've known each other for years, and then this version they are doing World Finest, and this version they're Justice League, and this is happening on timelines. It's like everything's a little cleaner, and so I think that helps. Like I think we're seeing the impact of like Western comics on Western comics, if that makes any sense. Like when it comes to like Western like animation and comics, right? They dominated for the longest time, and then other countries, specifically like Japan, like took influence from that, and then started doing their own thing. But now anime and manga are so much more popular than like comics that now the things that the West influence is now being influenced again, and now the West is like following suit. I think it's awesome. Like I'm positive Absolute Batman exists because someone's like, what if Batman but Dark Souls? I think it's great. Absolute Wonder Woman. Absolute Wonder Woman has been such a fucking surprise, man. In a good way. In a good way. Like it's so fun to see what they can do with character. One thing I will give comics over manga is like you can have a character and retool them in so many interesting ways. And because comic books are basically stagnant, right? Like, or sorry, static, where eventually, like, no matter what happens to Batman, he'll be Bruce Wayne. No matter what happens to Superman, it'll be Clark Kent. No matter what happens to Wonder Woman, it'll be Diana. And then, but because of that sort of limitation, you get to sort of stretch things out because you get an absolute universe. Like, okay, what if this Batman, like, what if this Batman had a battle axe and fights essentially demons? What if Wonder Woman was raised in hell? You know, and it's like that's interesting, cool concept because it takes things we already established and it puts on its head, or it's like, hey, even in the most dire of circumstances, these people are still heroes. They might be a bit more violent, but they're still heroes. My thing about Absolute Batman, which is, I know I'm going on a comic book rant right now, but I swear I'll switch off of that. But like, Absolute Batman exists because the Absolute universe is from Darkseid. Darkseid did it. Technically, Darkseid's blood because he threw his son Caliban to Machine Smith, but whatever. Darkseid is the control of the Absolute universe. That's a universe that leans more towards injustices, right? But even in this universe, Bruce Wayne is way more about that action than he's ever been. He will fucking burn Nazis alive. And I feel like, is that not a Batman for the people? Like, is that not a Batman for the people? Bane is a fucking monstrous individual, like physically. That, oh god, that was so fucking good. That was so good. And I knew they were doing something different when they started off with Black Mass and Batman had his ears and he fucking right in his eye. Yeah, if you don't know what Ash is talking about, I'll show you real quick. It was the it was this image from Batman Annual. This image right here. Or like he breaks a white supremacist arm, and that got people mad. I saw this, and I was like, oh, we are, we are fucking doing this shit. I was like, I thought they were like holding back. Nah. Look at that. Look at that. We stand, okay? We stand for 6'7", 420-pound Batman. Someone did it with Elon Musk. Of course they did. Easy work. People praising absolute DC or some Marvel was not get to complain about how movies do from source. I mean, true, but also what people don't understand though is, okay, when we talk about source deviation, these things are adaptations, right? I think it's so weird when like diehard fans are like, it needs to happen exactly like this. And I say that as like a diehard for lots of things. Like, oh, it has to happen like this. Like, like Batman, for example. It's like, okay, Batman's parents, the rule is one of his Wayne has to be dead, right? Like, I don't think like, oh, having like, let's say Martha's still alive, which is what happens in the absolute universe. Martha's still alive doesn't take away from Batman because one of his parents still died and like he's still about that action, right? I like that, right? Because it's like, it shows to me that Batman isn't Batman just because he experienced personal loss. I also prefer things that aren't a one-to-one copy because like, what's the fucking point? And the biggest annoying people with this shit are anime fans. From manga to anime, I swear to God, they complain so much. They'll be like, oh, but this wasn't the correct pose. And I'm like, it's a different medium. What you do in animation and what you do in manga or comics are completely different. Like, comic book fans never go like, that's not the fist Batman used to knock out the Joker in Batman 631, which is adopting the story. Like, you know what I mean? But like manga fans would be like, wait a minute. The sky should be 3 shades darker. And I'm like, learn what an adaptation is. I'm adapting it to a different medium. I have to use the strengths of this medium. Fuck. Why am I getting so mad? I ain't chill out. But like, yeah, as long as something is done well, like, oh my God, dude. Ranting for Vengeance did a video on the absolute Batman. Oh, I hate the whole people watching anime or getting their information on manga through like TikTok and shit. Like, I hate that so much because the whole point, right? Like, I love Naruto. I love a lot of animes and manga, but like, so many people will like completely misunderstand a character because of agendas. That's what they call it. They'll be pushing like anime agendas, like Mihawk's on Fraud Watch, right? Shanks is a hockey man. Naruto's nothing without the 9 tails, like all this stuff. When I'm just like, please read the series, or at least watch a few episodes. For older anime, I would say read the series because Naruto gets absolutely fucked over by the anime, Naruto and Bleach, because they'll be like, oh, Naruto says he was lonely, but he had all these friends. I'm like, no, he didn't. Oh, but the Konoha 12 isn't a thing. That's the anime, not a thing. Naruto famously had no friends besides that swing and that kind of bro vibe he had with Sasuke. That was it, his first friend, right? But the anime will be like, oh, Shikamaru and Choji were cool with Naruto. No, they weren't. They absolutely weren't. And in Bleach, they kind of just fuck up like relationships. And I'm just like, oh man, dude, like it is so annoying. It's so annoying being a fan of certain things when like those other fans exist that just ruin everything. So you have to like hide the fact that you're a fan of something, you know what I mean? Like try being a Supernatural fan in the year like 2013 and it was like, oh my God, bro. Yeah, dude, the anime community right now kind of sucks. I'm being completely honest. Like anime right now, the anime community kind of blows right now because like everything is just gatekeeping, and everything is just like this anime is the best. This anime sucks. And I'm like, we're still doing this. I texted my cousin because we're talking about the. He was like, "Oh, dude, you know Zoro's the Japanese voice actor. Zoro's gonna be the voice of Hikari in JJK season 3." And I was like, "Hell yeah, dude, we're winning." And then he was talking about how like Gintama's back and all this stuff too. And I was like, "Yeah, but unfortunately, Freeman only has like 10 episodes next season, supposedly." And he was like, "Oh, I haven't watched that because like a lot of fantasies been kind of disappointing him." And I was like, "Bro, you're missing out on peak." And he was like, "Sorry, dude, I can't watch all these shows because I'm watching like Gachikira, I'm watching the Gintama, I'm watching like all these other ones." And I was like, "You know what? That's fair." But he was excited about something. You go online, motherfuckers will be like, "This is the show that beat Solo Leveling. This is the show that beat so and so. This is the show y'all call it." I'm like, "Oh my god, oh my god, just enjoy things, please." All right. All right. That was a way longer than we normally do, you guys, when we just shoot the shit. Let's do a little bit of game Dell, and then we'll get into the topics I want to get into, and then we'll play some games. We'll have a chill Saturday night stream. Let me just by the way, Andrew Tate not gone to a fight. He had a boxing match and he lost in the same weekend that Jake Paul lost. So I'm like, maybe this is the good way in the year. Maybe Woke is fucking finally fighting back and winning. Yeah, but the guy who beat him, I think his name's like Chase Moore, I think is also like an Andrew Tate fan. So it's a weird thing. See how much of a gamer I am. This is Sherlock Holmes Crime and Punishment. Boom, 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 boom. Master Gamer. I am back. That's right. Bro, Anthony Joshua's stock for some reason is much higher now, even though he's like an Olympic winning boxer, like and like super accomplished. Everyone's just like fighting about him now. But like the minute it was Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua, I was like, that's over. Yeah, he broke Jake Paul's jaw in 2 places. And Andrew Tate lost to the dude from Love Island. Yep, it's just that's it. Woke is back, baby. What game was this? At first, I wanted to say Skyrim, but no, that's too detailed. Is this a Tomb Raider? I don't know. I don't feel like it's Tomb Raider, but I can't think of anything else. It's a Tomb Raider. Is it Tomb Raider new? No, didn't think so. Anthem? It's not Anthem. I feel like no. What the fuck is this? This is probably one of those like I don't think this is called it. This is probably one of those like Civ games. Avatar Fire and Ash is out and they haven't jumped on it. Who? Like the media grifters who don't know how to analyze media? They're not going to jump on it. Avatar is such a weird series because it's like has like the most money in box office history or something like that, right? And it has almost no like cultural impact. I'm just like, I mean, get the bag. Oh, Talos Principle. Damn. All right, Noah, fucking nerd. It's actually the Talus principle. It's actually the Talus principle. I know because I'm smart and I play puzzle game. Oh, this is Umama Sumatame. This is was it like Gray Cinderella or something like that? It's like Cinderella, right? Is it not Umama Umasame Same? No? I thought this was the horse girl game. Okay, fine. Let's RPG character. Let's do trails. I can't. Oh, just skip it. Just skip it. This is the gray Cinderella lady. Is it not? Isn't it not Cinderella? Oh, the gold ship. Yeah, well, I knew the game. I knew it was the. I knew it was the horse game. I knew it was the fucking horse game. Because Uma Susume, whatever. I don't know how to say it. Mech, micromanagement, tech trees, map control. Let's do Robo. Like Robo. It's like Robot Wars. No, it's the woke game. Where are rivers in skirmish mode? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. But I do know that I cannot pronounce the horse game at all. I know it once. Didn't it win a game award? Or it got nominated for a game award. Wait, skirmish mode, base building, radar systems, robot armies. Okay, not that one. If it's a management game, Mamasume won mobile title. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Honestly, I think for the most part, you guys, as in people here, but also like the general, for like the standard from like my community audience, I feel like for the most part, you guys like to argue with me, which I enjoy very much. But I think like the true split I have in my community is over gotcha games. Because anytime I mention a gotcha game, I'm just like, I don't really like them. I get like 6, 7, 8 comments in a row. People going like, "Wait, hold on, wait, you're overgeneralizing." And I'm just like, it's just funny to me how like that's like the that is the red line in my community. Where do you stand on gotcha games? I'm just a Robot Wars. What the fuck? It's not a game. How about Robotech? Mech, how about Mech Warrior? Or Mecha? This Mech Warrior, I guess that. Meta resource, energy resource, nuclear missiles. Is this like these like the games I don't play? Let's do galactic civilizations because I don't care. Rivaling factions, unit construction, so much units, automated factories, Factoria. Commander, explosion, resource management, reclaiming resources, fog of war. Buddy, I don't know what this is. Pillars of Eternity. I know it's not that game, but I don't care. Starts with the letter T. We'll do Tales of Iron. How about that? The Whiskers of Winter. Terraria? I don't think it's a long real-time strategy game, right? Total Annihilation. I wouldn't have gotten that. I play real gamer games. These been Marvel Rivals and Marvel Cosmic Invasion. What are you picking? I have been playing Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That shit is surprisingly difficult. But at least playing by yourself. But the boss music in that game, the boss music is great. Like, listen to this. Listen to this. Yeah, and that's my favorite thing when like you start to beat their asses and then the music picks up a bit. Like I think it's like right here. I don't know what, and then it goes like we start like killing the boss. It's like oh god, that's like cracking my ears, man. It's so fucking banger. But some of the bosses are absolute dog shit hard. Like with certain for me with certain characters. Captain America, broken. If you pick Captain America, you can't lose. His combo is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like Captain America's cracked. Black Panther's really good. I haven't gotten like, all the characters, obviously, but Iron Man's good too. This game has a fucking parry mechanic, you guys. So I have to play that game. Fuck it, it's just this Marvel Cosmic Adventure. Cosmic. Oh, that's not even an option. Oh, it's too recent. Oh, I have She-Hulk. I like She-Hulk too. I have to get a little better with her because for some reason my difficulties when playing beat 'em ups where you have to line up the sprites or like the shadows you're gonna grab someone so you're not like getting on top of them. I don't know, I'm talking my hand so much. But she looks pretty good too. My worst character so far is like Rocket Raccoon and like Nova. Oh, let's lock in real quick. So it's wait, what the fuck? Wait, yellow says one or more clues are correct. This says Marvel Rivals. So is it just Marvel something else? Is it like Marvel like Midnight Suns or some shit? I mean, it's definitely superhero. Okay, let's just do Marvel Spider-Man. So it's not Marvel, but it's superheroes? Ultimate Alliance. I think Marvel Ultimate Alliance wouldn't work because it has isometric in there. Yeah. Yeah. Way too long. Okay, let me actually pay attention to what's actually said. I'm not looking at all. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Marvel Rivals, that's not the yellow is just the yellow's from the box art, you guys. No one corrected me. It's not yellow it's yellow because the box art, and I wasted so many guesses. I know the box art was yellow for Marvel Rivals, and I have that game. Okay, but the game probably came out, let's say 2020. It might be a superhero game. It's third person. Okay, so let's do Batman Arkham Knight. That's the most recent one. Okay. It says yellow means one or more clues are correct. It just says 2015. So is it not younger than 2015 or is it what does that mean? Okay. Is it fucking Infamous? No. All in 2009. Okay, so like 2011. All I know that it's third person. It's probably single player, multiplayer, cooperative. It's not RPG or fighting. Okay. Adventure game, possibly superhero, sci-fi, action. So sci-fi action superhero game. Let's type prototype. God damn. Okay, no. Jesus. One time clue. One time clue, yeah. We saw. Third person Ubisoft game? That could be like Remember No, Remember Me was Ubisoft. Remember Me was Don't Nod. Ubisoft. When did Naruto Rise of Ninja come out? Okay. All right, so let's see. It's an Ubisoft third person game that came out, you guys, easy. It came out sometime between now and 2009. Third person Ubisoft. I mean, it's probably an Assassin's Creed game, right? It's probably an Assassin's Creed game, right? Let's say Assassin's Creed. If it's Prince of Persia, I'm going to be so mad. Let's do Assassin's Creed. First Assassin's Creed came out what, 2007 or something like that? Let's do Assassin's Creed. Let's do Black Flag. Liberation. it was Liberation, you guys. The game that would be called Woke if it was released now. I don't know why I got so hung up on Marvel. I'll tell you right now, if Assassin's Creed Liberation came out, here's the Assassin's Creed games that'd be called woke today. Okay, they were Assassin's Creed, Liberation, right? With Aveline, this would be woke. Assassin's Creed China would also be woke because it's a female main character. Assassin's Creed, obviously Freedom Cry, right? Because you're playing as a black person. Just to be too woke. Why did they get rid of Conway? Now I gotta play as a slave. Too woke. Too furious. Yeah, these games would be on a list. Edward Kenway. Why'd you get rid of my boy Edward Kenway and play as a Adewale? Assassin's Creed Origins, I think, wouldn't get the woke treatment because it is in a place where there are no white people. Like, you wouldn't expect them there. If there's a place where white people could be and they're not the leads, that's when they get the most pissed. That's how all this shit works, you guys. That nigga would stop him. I do. Because how this shit works is I know how their brain works, okay? In reality, they're mad anytime the main character's not a straight white guy. But as far as optics go, they're completely fine with Assassin's Creed Origins being in Egypt. They're okay if black people are there. but they don't want an Assassin's Creed game set in like New York City and not have the main character be a white person. You know what I mean? Like, you could have Assassin's Creed Los Angeles and they'd be like, you're playing as a Mexican guy? Woke. I did play Black Flag. I wasn't like, I'm not a super Assassin's Creed fan, but I did play Black Flag. Because I got it for my PS4. It was the first game I had. I played my first games on PS4 were Warframe, which to be fair, I didn't think it was gonna last that long. I thought it was like weird. And then Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Kind of like how they're okay with Black. Yes, exactly. I've mentioned this before, I think like a ton of times, but there is a certain level. Actually, this kind of segues beautifully into one of my talking points I want to do. So let's just do that right now. The whole part you mentioned about kind of like how they're okay with black protagonists in GTA, right? It is because blackness, as perceived by non-black people, as perceived by like white America, right, is something that is tangible. It's a product. It looks a very specific way. So having Grand Theft Auto San Andreas take place in like the early 90s, they're okay with that because you are in a gang-ridden area, you're a criminal, you're all these things, right? They love CJ. They love that whole game. But if CJ was like the star of, let's say, a character like CJ, right? But let's say they were the star of like some medieval fantasy, right? And they could be a ruffian. They could be, but now suddenly they can't exist anymore because that's a space reserved for like white people who are doing British accents because that's the only way we can contextualize like that time period. They want us in certain lights in certain ways. And I'm gonna go more into that. But first, I want to show you guys this. This is Kai Cenat. I don't know why I'm saying it unless you guys don't know who he is. Like, he's literally the most popular like streamer. But this is Kai Cenat talking about some stuff. And this is actually going to lead into my point.
Hello, everybody. I'm currently on my laptop right now. And I appreciate everybody who's been sending me birthday wishes, as today is my birthday. So I felt like it was the perfect.
Yes, Kai. I have a point. I have a point to this.
With you guys, a few days ago, I spread awareness on mental health and how important it is to take care of yourself. And honestly, for the past few months, I've been struggling with mental health out of self-doubt and fright of pursuing goals that I really want to achieve. And the reason I've really been in my head is because I just wanted to do more. I've gained to realize that I'm a true creator and I'm very passionate about creating. And I have other goals and things that I just want to achieve and do more of. And I would love to show you guys what I've been working on for the past few months through my more personal page, which is KC3 Hidden. I am going to go private soon on that page. So
yeah, he's speaking kind of low, so I bumped the volume up.
Gets in, but I just want to let you guys know that sometimes it is important to take care of your mental health. And honestly, it's been getting better. It has. But out of frustration and fear, I just been in my head for some reason. I never had this feeling before, but I want it to be known that I truly want to create. And I don't know if I'm getting mature or I'm just looking things at a broad point of view, but I am so passionate about creating in general, and I'm excited to show you guys what's going
on. Okay, so that is, again, very famous Kai Cenat, talking about how he wants to focus on his mental health, right? He has a lot of anxieties. He wants to take some time away to focus on like all this shit, right? Which is good. It's good to talk about that. What's not good, a lot of the comments he got from that. Like, there were a lot of people talking about how, not in his comment section, mind you, but a lot of people were using that clip to like shit on him, including other younger black people. And I was thinking about this for the longest time because there's so many parts that are playing into this, but primarily This is what happens when you live in a capitalistic society that wants you to be in a certain box. Like, okay, I'm trying to be more PC, but I can't. It's white America. When you live in a white society and you are not white, you are only allowed to grow and do things so as long as you fit a certain box. So like Kai Cenat, when he first burst onto the scene, right? Kai Cenat, I mean, same thing with I Show Speed, and I love I Show Speed. He's like real life Luffy, but I gotta call it how I see it. Those guys came up in a way that was very minstrel, right? And that's not to say that they weren't being themselves, but they were doing things that they would know would get them either reactions or get them attention because they're being like, for lack of better terms, overly black, right? They're being excruciatingly black, like Kai's from New York. So like he's being up like real black New York kid, like all that stuff, right? And that got people into him. But now that he's maturing and now that he's like not doing that as much, I'm starting to see younger black kids like call him out, saying that he's this and that. One person left a comment on his page actually said, bro took a few months off and went to a speech class. Another person I saw was talking about how Kai starting to read more, and people are like, oh, he thinks he's getting better. Like, and that's something that happens a lot in the black community, where it's, you have some haters who, if they see you getting on, they will just hate on you. Like, look at this nigga reading or eating healthy or whatever. But this notion of blackness having to present a certain way that's palatable, right? That's what that looks like. It's either it's CJ. CJ's allowed to be CJ because he is in an environment that which they're used to seeing black people. Like Kai Cenat, going back to him, if you guys are familiar with what happened with the Streamer Awards, and if you're not, I can give you that rundown real quick. But during the Streamer Awards, Q Cinderella said some jokes that weren't that good, in all honesty, but like said some jokes and referred to Kai as like a Diddy, right? And they didn't like that. But that is something that him and his community do, right? They'll be like, pause, no Diddy. Pause, no this, no that. And again, I'm black. I get it. I understand how we talk. But blackness is heavily commodified. So whatever black people do, people are watching. And because people are watching everything you do, people are scrutinizing everything you do. So you have that to combat too. All this is, I know, is long-winded, right? Where is he going with this? Where is he going with this? Being visibly black on the internet, being visibly black in creative spaces is difficult. Kai Cenat's a testament to that. He's one of the most successful, currently one of the most successful streamers, especially black streamers, right? And he's dealing with all this stuff. And his reaction that he's getting is different than you'd expect from other people. And it's because people put this people put on this like perspective on black people where it's, we have to be resilient all the time. We have to be the ones who persevere, right? Who do all these things. And anytime we talk about our issues, whether it's our mental health or it's just like, dealing with things on a day-to-day basis, dude, like racism, systemic injustices, what have you, we're often dismissed, even sometimes by our own people. And so I think it's brave for him to do that, especially knowing that it could have it's dumb to say, but it could have like a detrimental effect on some of his fans because the way they look at him. Because again, black people, especially black men, aren't supposed to be open up about things. We're not even supposed to be educated. Like, we're not supposed to have degrees or anything like that. We're not even supposed to even be like in these spaces. Like, I'm not supposed to be in the gaming space or an anime fan or anything like that, because that's not the cool black guy thing. And if you guys remember a video I did a long time ago discussing this topic in the gaming space, where people have these perceptions they put on black characters that we can't do other things, we can't be other things, it's not okay. Like, you never see, for example, when shit happens in real life, you never see people going, where are the white fathers at? When like, who was that one kid who, I'm not to be heavy, but he fucking like raped like 2 girls and one of them was so violently done that she was like in a hospital, and he got a slap on the wrist, no jail time. No one ever goes like, where are the white fathers? Where is the white community stand on this? Why isn't the white community disavowing this? But if a black person does anything, all of us have to get on the internet and be like, we don't agree with this. And if we don't, it's literally, oh, you guys are all like that, right? Yeah, no, exactly. They were young and they were kids, but black people don't get that. They don't get that benefit. We don't get the benefit of youth. Like, look at someone like Kai Cenat or like ISO Speed, and then look at someone like Jack Doherty, right? Where it's they get to be forever Peter Pan ass kids, and people will support them. People will call them based and cool, right? But let Kai done something 3-4 years ago, that shit would still be held over him. Like you have people like Mizkef and Tectone and Asmongold doing terrible, fucked up things, you know, and people will still support them. But if you're a black streamer and you fuck up one time, that's it. Like that's it. You don't really get that. You don't get that that comeback. You don't get that grace, which is why we have to be especially careful online, because even if we're just like, you know how people will be like, oh, this is who I am as a person, I'm just talking to my community. Black people don't get that, because if we're just like, oh, this is just me and my boys and we say nigga all the time, we're talking and we're just having a good time, we're chatting, yada 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 yada, but people are watching us, so then people think they can do that to us, and it's like, no, you're not with us, right? Like he's talking to his people in AMP a certain way because they're also black. But people think they're in the community, they can talk that way, which is where you end up with situations like at the Streamer Awards, where you have white people, non-black people, making these jokes that they shouldn't be making. And I know there was like 1,000 think pieces on that, and I'm not trying to add to that, but just letting you guys know, like, we have to consider and do way more every time we do anything, and it's exhausting. So I understand where Kai is coming from. I'm nowhere near that level of success. Remember, my channel's dead. I have a dead career, all those things, right? And even I know, whenever I talk about certain topics, I know if people are going to disagree with me, I know I'm going to hit racism. I know if I talk about like some terrible thing or streamer like Asmongold or ranting for vengeance or whatever, what they do, I know my comment section what it's going to look like. Which is why I laugh when they go, they're being oppressed, they're being attacked for being straight white guys. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's what's happening to you. And they get to complain. Why? Because they get that privilege. But black people can't. We can't ever be like, this racism shit fucking sucks. Because then it's like, oh, all you guys do is talk about race and blame racism for everything. And it's like, bro, look at my comment section. If I make a take that someone doesn't like, it's monkey this, it's N-word that, it's, you know, do you know your fathers? All these stereotypes, right? But then if you put that back, if you throw it back at them, oh, the slings and arrows they've suffered. Like, oh, suddenly it's not just words, huh? Suddenly it's oh, and they make videos like they're trying to kill me, they want me dead, and they're whining and they're babies. But if you call them out on that, they're like, oh, you're just a dirty N-word. And it's like, you guys, it's just, it's a lot. Not saying this to be like sympathy, I don't need that, but like just to get you some more, I guess, understanding of what he's talking about. There's a lot that happens, and that could even be just a small sliver of what he was going through, right? But there's a lot that happens with that. That's kind of another reason why I wanted to take this channel in a different direction instead of just being like, we're gonna talk solely about video games. It's like, no, because I think we're adults. For the most part, we are adults. Yes, this is exactly what that is. Actual black fatigue, which is another point. Sorry, and now I'm going on a tangent. It is so tiring, you guys. Every time as a black person we have something, it's never ours. It's always up for debate. It's always up for grabs. Black Fatigue was talking about the mental and emotional toll it takes of being a black person in multiple spaces in this society, right? And then you have racists, what they always do, they take from black people and they twist it and they make it something else. Woke. Woke was something within the black community to mean to stay awake, to be wary of social injustices and bigotry in these places, in these systems, right? Don't be caught sleeping. Stay woke. That then just became perverted and shorthand for just things about non-white people I don't like, non-straight people, whatever like group I don't like, we'll just call it woke. And again, this is like specifically pertaining to black people, not even all people of color, pertaining specifically to black people. And they're like, well, what if we make it about, look how woke this video game is. Like, what does that mean? Right? And they can't explain it. Exactly. It's outgroup bias, but they can't explain it. But they know it has power. And they always take it from us. Black fatigue. Oh, that means we're tired of black people. No, that's not what that fucking means. That's stupid. And again, if you were to say that about white people, you would get 1,000 of these fucking knuckle draggers coming around being like, oh, see, they're hateful, they're this, they're violent, they're all these things, they're uncivilized. And then their person they're taking their marching orders from is literally wishing that like groups are getting genocided, talking about putting people in camps or getting rid of their rights. But like, we're the violent ones. Or even like if we're not even being serious, right? If we're talking about like just video game shit, having to constantly prove you belong in a space, like getting called like a tourist because you don't give a shit about if you can jerk off to a digital woman. You guys are coming to woke our shit. You know how many times I've seen people use the term hood weeb? Like all these hood weebs and these YNs. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing, man? Like, and it's even crazier in the anime space because I'm like, black people quite literally made being an anime fan cool on a social level because coolness, for some godforsaken reason, gets filtered through blackness. You copy black aesthetic, black language, it's suddenly cool, right? Y'all saying lit, y'all saying for real, y'all saying YNs, y'all saying all these things, right? It's like, that's black people, AAVE. But when we started talking about anime and started talking about Broly, calling shit brolic, right? That's what brolic is a term from Broly because Broly was big as fuck, right? And then we start weighing the clothes. Now it's cool. But now we're the tourists. Now we're the hoodweebs. Now we're the ones ruining anime. Now we're ruining video games. And it's like, motherfucker, we've been there. We've been there. I'm grateful to people like RDC World, to be honest. Because like I was growing up, that shit wasn't that cool. I still watched it. I still loved it, but like it wasn't that cool. And now you see all these black people engaging in this, and it's like, look how more popular it is now, especially in the West, right? And I'm gonna say something too. You ever notice how when Japanese creators, like mangakas, put black people in their stuff now, the way they talk about it, they say, "Oh, I think black people just look cool, or they look awesome, or they look this, and this." Gachikuta. I was Kei Rana. That's the mangaka. She basically said that. It was like, yeah. And look at the style in that anime and the manga. Heavily influenced by black people. You kidding? Like, but again, we can't even get credit for stuff. They'll go out of their way, but like, no, that's not what it is. It's not black people because of, this, and the third. And it's like, dude. Oh, don't even get me started on K-pop, man. Like I know a lot of Koreans online content creators who are talking about K-pop. I'm like, yeah, it's because of black people. R&B. We stole R&B. I saw some black people enjoying gacha games. Where? Point them out. Point them out. No. You tell me who these black people are who are doing gotcha games. Point them out. Snitch on them. Bleach? Yes. People were saying that for the longest time that Yoruichi was not black. And I'm like, you're saying Yoruichi's not black in the same anime that has Tozen? Kanami Tozen? Why is Tozen black but Yoruichi is not? Did we do hot takes? We didn't do hot takes yet. Don't you worry. We didn't do hot takes yet. We did not do hot takes yet. We will be doing hot takes though. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm just yapping right now. I have just a couple things I want to talk about. And then what's hot takes? You'll find out. But generally, hot takes are just opinions that you have that are most likely going to be divisive. Ambiguously brown. Yeah. Someone who looks like me and they're just like, no, he's not black. He's just, there's in Okinawa, they have dark skin. Like, that's usually how they go, though. That's usually what it is, though. They'll be like, that person can't be black because we like them or they're attractive. Therefore, they must be just tanned or the color grading was off. Yes, the half black, half Japanese. The what's like half is more. I think is what it's called. People were going crazy. Mind you, that manga won an award. It won like a prestigious award. And the crazy thing is too is this shit, the half is more manga, it got such crazy hate. Like it here. Let's see if I can find a website that I can show on here that isn't gonna have like crazy shit pop off. I mean, I guess we'll have to go to Twitter, but like, you see this, and this is what it looked like though when people talked about it. So Viz, let's talk about being the things too is this is something that's not even out in America. It's something already out in Japan. Their favorite place to talk about when they say you're black and you're cosplaying, you're disrespecting Japanese culture. You're not understanding the material, right? This is in Japan from a Japanese person, right? Wanting to do. Side note, you guys, it is so incredibly ironic when they say they're doing these things in the defense of Japanese people when what they're really doing is they're coddling and babying Japanese. They're infantilizing them because they think that people from Japan can't ever want to find out the life experiences of other non-Japanese people. Like they think, because again, a lot of anime fans are white and they think anytime they see someone with white skin, they can just say it's a white person and they can just take them, right? Like Naruto's them, Sasuke's them. They can just take that. Ichigo Kurosaki is not Japanese, he's white because they can do that, right? But when they can't do that with someone, as in this shit, they'll be like, oh, it's woke, it's dumb, it's gay, and you guys are forcing your woke. And it's like, you don't think a Japanese author, a creator, right, wants to tell a story that's different from their own, that wants to explore different topics than what they're used to? That's the biggest draw to creative works. It's being able to create something that's either speaks to you as a person, that speaks to other people. It's getting other people's experiences and sharing it. Like, would you want to read a story always about you? You get bored if they're talking about you all the time. Let's talk about something else, right? And of course, the responses were, some of them were, good. And then you have, boom, microaggressions. You have, this is incredibly Jewish. Like, not Japan too. And this one right here. This fucking loser. Access to first world is not human right. This guy, mind you, fantasizes about having an imaginary younger sister so he can have sex with her. That's the people who are upset about a Japanese person making a manga about a half black person. Like, look at that multiple times. Why are you putting out a release of Slop with literally no audience? It hasn't come out. It hasn't come out in America. Like, it's it's so funny. The gayest synopsis I've ever heard. This is pushing Japanese genocide. Please save Japan from this woke garbage. That's Jewish as fuck. Like, you get it. Like, it's always like this. Like, right? Racism, right? And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You can't even have stories about black people without this reaction, which ironically is one of the reasons why this story exists in the first place, to show you this is the lived experience. This is what it's like being visibly black or even half black. And then I always counter with something simple as, in most of the popular animes, like we're talking about like the Naruto's and what have you, and like Bleach and all that stuff too, they have canonically black people. They don't have canonically white people. Like, there are no white people in Naruto. There isn't. Meanwhile, you got a whole village of niggas in the Hidden Cloud, okay? Black people up and down that place. Specifically only in the Hidden Cloud. But there are no white people in Naruto. So, like, by their logic, right? It's not actually woke to have black people in Japanese stuff because they've been there. It's actually woke to have white people in it because they're rarely there. Like, I'm reminded of the whole cosplay fiascos a couple of weeks/days ago. And I'm just like, oh, you don't want black people cosplaying non-black people? Okay, then you can't cosplay Sasuke or Naruto or Luffy or Rudo from Gachikuta. You can't cosplay as a ton of people. But okay, I can cosplay as Darui. I can cosplay as literally any of the Raikages. I can cosplay as Corvus from Gachikuta. I can do Tosin. Like, I can do more than they can do. They can do like Edward Elric. I can do Yasuke. But yeah, like that's like the shit I'm talking about. Like being black online visibly is just constantly dealing with harassment, constantly dealing with, just people being awful, especially online. And yet, in real life, they would not have that kind of fucking gumption. In real life, if you guys saw that clip of that Groper getting his ass kicked, that's what would happen. And they know that. Like, it's so funny. Piccolo's black, so we can take Piccolo. We can take Piccolo. Piccolo's black. But it's so funny when you like seeing people who have like anime PFPs of lolis and they're just like, the white race will not be replaced. It's like, my brother in Christ, you're not doing your job. I know you're a virgin. Like, holy shit. Okay, we're gonna do a hard pivot. We're gonna do a hard pivot. We're gonna go away from racism. No more racism, you guys. I'm so sorry. Racism's over. Says me. We're going to talk about CEOs. We're going to talk about CEOs, okay? Which is something I've never talked about on this channel. I don't know if you guys know that there was a pretty popular game a couple of years ago called Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 won a couple of awards. They won a couple of awards, right? And so people were like, all right, what's this studio going to do next? What are they going to do next? What's going to happen next? And then they announce it. and we saw the trailer just for posterity. Just for posterity, let's just go quickly over the trailer that we got to see. And just because I don't want to get clapped this time, I'm gonna mute it. But we got to see this, right? This is the trailer we got to see. This is the trailer for Divinity 2. And damn was that shit hot. Damn was that shit awesome. Look at all that creativity. Look at all of this. Just like, look at that Hellstone or Hellgate, which is kind of weird because Hell's not a thing in Divinity, but I guess they're going to change it up. But beautiful. Beautiful work done by human people. But also, so what happened is our boy Sven, the CEO of Larian, talked about how they use AI. They're going to use AI in the process to make Divinity 2. Or sorry, Divinity 3. Not 3. Okay, the next Divinity game, because technically there's been more than 3 Divinity games, right? There's like you have Divinity, then you have like your Original Sin one, you have Divine Divinity, you have Beyond Divinity, you have all this shit, but whatever. The next Divinity game. And so this isn't really the original one. Let's see if I can do the Divinity CEO AI. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the backlash first. I thought I had that one up here, and I have this one, which I already talk about. I need to talk about. Here we go. Can I read this? Because I'm not Bloomberg. Thought we're going to paywall me. Oh, no paywall. Thank you. Thank you, Bloomberg. Right. So, but Jason Schreier. So what happened here was basically the CEO talked about how they were going to utilize AI in the development process. And obviously, that's not going to sit very well with people, right? So he says, okay, here we go. For this game, developers are making some big bets. They recently switched to a new engine in video game parlance. The technology, I know what that is, which is the sun to believe which is the sun to growing pains that Vinnick says will be worthwhile. The team is hoping to improve their systems for streaming content into the game and doubling down on sound storytelling that works so well in Baldur's Gate 3. Layer is trying to find ways to cut down on development time and aims to finish Divinity in less time than Baldur's Gate, which took 6 years to make because of its scale and COVID-19 disruptions. I think 3 to 4 years is much healthier than 6 years, he says. And he said they're not getting smaller, they're getting bigger, whatever. But this is the part that got people, and even including myself, got my ears perked up. But at the same time, Sven said the creative process itself actually is something you cannot accelerate. Giving writers, designers, and artists time to iterate and explore ideas is what led to success of Baldur's Gate 3. People underestimate how many times we're implementing something and realize in the middle that it's just not going to work. And then under Sven, Larian has been pushing hard on Gen AI. Although the CEO said technology hasn't led to big gains in efficiency, he said that there won't be any AI-generated content in Divinity. Everything is human actors. We're writing everything ourselves, but the creators often use AI tools to explore ideas, flesh out PowerPoint presentations, develop concept art, and write placeholder text. So that's the part where people were getting up in arms, right? Is the fact that they're saying that it's all going to be human effort, but at the same time we're using generative AI. And if you guys are familiar with my content, which you should be at this point, you know my feelings on generative AI. I'm not a big fan of generative AI. I don't like it, right? And so that was what kicked off the firestorm of stuff, which led to Sven saying this. It's been a week since we announced Divinity, our next RPG, and a lot has become lost in translation. Larian's DNA is agency. Everything we work towards is to the benefit of our teams, games, and players. A better workday and a better game. Our successes come from empowering people to work in their own way and bring the best out of their skill and craft so that we can make the best RPGs we possibly can make. In that context, it'd be irresponsible for us to not evaluate new technologies. However, our processes are always evolving, and where they're not efficient or fail to align with who we are, we'll make changes. To give more insight, we'll do an AMA featuring our different departments after the holiday break, in which you'll get the opportunity to ask us any questions you have about Divinity and our dev process directly. We will announce this date in the new year. In the meantime, I wish you all happy holidays. So, obviously, people didn't like that. This was the point where you should have just went off and condemned the use of tech that steals from artists and puts their futures at risk. Now you're just going to script everyone to make sure that they win if the AMA happens, that they're all more or less okay with it. Why wouldn't you just say you refuse to generate AI? We will not use AI in any form of our project. Cannot be that hard to say. And here's the thing. Now, again, you guys, I'm not a game developer. I don't have insider knowledge as to, you know, what happens in these games. I kind of just make educated guesses based off of the available information. But in this instance, I am mutuals with a game developer online. I think a couple. And so I asked one of them, oh, I thought you were mutuals. Never mind, not mutuals. But still, I asked one of them for some insight on that. So this is what he said. This is the Carter at the Carter Dell. The generative AI discussion is dividing into three groups: anti-AI purists, AI evangelists, I can't speak today, or pragmatists. Initial mood boards are communicating early ideas to explore. Independents can choose to stay in group one. Employed artists, especially with financial burdens, can avoid 3. When I asked him, can you explain how AI helps in the third situation? He said it helps with bad communicators, which the creative industry honestly is riddled with. And so I went into more in depth with that. Like, I asked him like more questions, but then I got drowned out. So like I asked, so like someone goes, I want a character that's X, Y, Z, and then you use generative AI to get an idea. Because I was legitimately asking. Nah, it's more like, here are the things I like and the mood I'm going to convey in this project. Go and explore and let's see where it leads us. And I was like, okay, sorry if I'm asking too much, but just how much time is that saving? I'm just still very much in the dark on the overall use of generative AI. Does it stop in pre-production? Like, is it just for mood boards, or are they using that for concept art? And he's like, I've never seen it go past initial discussions before. So like, again, this is obviously conversations that are happening within development, but all this to say, I'm not a fan of generative AI. Like I said, I think you guys know that, but I would be remiss if I didn't see things in a different light after having that very brief exchange with him. Because at the end of the day, capitalists are going to want to push this. Tech companies especially are at the forefront of this. Video game companies are ostensibly tech companies. They use technology to make the stuff they're going to make. And he brought up a great point. It's like, if you're independent, you don't have to do this. But if you're a developer, right, who is working for a company, you're probably going to have to be either 3, be like a pragmatic, you can use it initially or whatever, or you can be like an evangelist. I cannot speak, Jesus Christ. But the thing with Larian is independent, but they're also massive. I don't think that they would suffer if Divinity took another 5 years to come out, because Baldur's Gate 3 took a long time to come out, and that didn't hurt the game at all. The idea of mentioning or not mentioning using generative AI is probably something we're going to have to come to terms with relatively soon, especially after the success of Expedition 33, right? Because they admitted they used generative AI in the beginning for some like placeholder stuff or whatever. I don't know though if realistically we're gonna have games from now on that are using generative AI. I know that. I know that. And I think it still sucks that there's gonna be artists who might be out of work or at the very least not have as much work to do because, you know, they're gonna let AI take over. But if this is inevitable, which they want you to believe, it's inevitable, then we have to find a way around this. Like, we have to make it in a way where it's like, you're not going to replace the people who make the art. Because that's always been my biggest point of contention. I've never seen generative AI used in a way that's to like be a tool to assist people, right? They've never shown a use case for it. They've never been like, hey, we're using generative AI to use my own drawings to you know, do the fucking reference sheet for me or anything like that. It's always, hey, we put this shit into the slop factory and now we made Legend of Zelda, but what if it was more like Devil May Cry? I think the only way you can go forward using generative AI at a large scale and not have gamers get upset or people online get upset every single day is if there was hardcore guardrails. Like, you can use it on this artist's work who's working for you, but then like, I don't know, maybe make a system where, like, after they leave or something, you can't use that. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not a tech person, but I think there absolutely has to be a way. There has to be a way to protect artists. Like, I personally don't even think, I don't think generative AI is good. Like, in terms of just like its uses, like, I don't think it's actually shown to be a benefit. Most reports I'm seeing, it's still a net negative because you have to train people to use it and they have to train the AI to make it look consistent through images, and that fucking never does. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen those recent TikToks of people like using like AIs to have like fake movies. Like, they're like, oh, like, who was it? What's it called? It's like, oh, there's this one I want to show specifically. It's like when the people are like, here's like a person, and they're hugging, and they're going through all these other like AI images of celebrities, and I'm just like, this is fucking stupid. Like, Tom Cruise is like Vegeta and all this other shit, and I'm just like, this is what they're using it for. Like, here it is. It's not the video, but like, here. It's like shit like this. Like, this is what I'm seeing. Pablo prompt. Like this. Like, look at this. I'm not gonna mute this. Look, like, this is what they're using generative AI for. And first off, I'm sorry. That's not what Super Saiyan 3, like, you couldn't use the AI to give him actual Super Saiyan hair. And it's like, why would Tom Cruise be Vegeta? Timothy Chalamet, they're just hugging people. It's like, what arc is this? There's not an arc where Vegeta has that version of the Saiyan armor. Goku Super Saiyan 3. When Goku Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta no longer wears Saiyan armor. Right? Like, when Goku wears that in Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta does not have Saiyan armor like that. That's the Cell Saga. And then it's like, you have Timothy Chalamet as Trunks. For what? Fucking Leonardo DiCaprio as 17? Like, why? None of them would agree to this. And those sets wouldn't be there. Why would Morgan Freeman be Hercule? Or sorry, Mr. Satan. And he's just walking and holding people. So like again, what arc is this supposed to be? I know, like, listen, I'm a Dragon Ball Z person, right? What arc is this supposed to cover? Just the entirety of Dragon Ball Z? Why is he Boo? Angelina Jolie, like Clint Eastwood? Jason Statham, so also Piccolo's in this. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Jim Carrey as Frieza. Why would he be half and half? Like, why would them? Sydney Sweeney is Chi Chi. So you have Brad Pitt. You have Brad Pitt as Goku, and this is Chi Chi doesn't even wear this. This is Chi Chi from the. This is the Chi Chi outfit from when she was an actual fighter. I'm dead ass serious. That's literally. That's literally. That's Chi Chi from Dragon Ball. That's Dragon Ball Chi Chi. That's the Dragon Ball fit. What the fuck? What arc is this? This is from Dragon Ball. What arc are you covering? Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. What Vin Diesel. And it's like, okay. Like, you're Keanu Reeves' self, sure. Sure. Why not? And then of course, Hugh Jackman is Raditz. And it's like, this was a minute and 26 seconds. I don't know how many oceans this drained, but why would this be beneficial? You know what I mean? Because like every company's not pushing this shit. Like, yeah, you can now, and like it's also the ironic part to me is this proves how uncreative these people are. They could have used this AI shit to make people you could literally never have in real life. You know what I mean? They could make like creepy pasta shit, all that stuff, which I know some people have done, which I'm still not a fan of, but like whatever. They could do all that shit, but they just go, what if, and then blank, blank, blank. What if Hugh Jackman was Raditz? What if Goku was played by Brad Pitt? What if Tom Cruise was Vegeta? And it's like it's so vapid. Like, this isn't creative at all. You're just taking people who we all know. You're like, what if Timothy Chalamet was Trunks? That's not even an inspired casting decision. You know what I mean? Like, what if people I've seen in a billion movies made another movie? Yeah, Android 17 is supposed to be a teenager. Yeah, I think we could get Scarlett Johansson and Leonardo DiCaprio to play that role off. They look like teenagers. Like, and then again, the whole thing is AI tech bros are always just like, oh, but it looks good. It looks good. It looks good. I'm like, no. And I keep saying this. I will keep saying this. Just because something looks realistic doesn't mean it's good, right? Or bad. But to be like, oh, this is worth it because look how real this looks. You could just get real people. Like, he used AI to show what real people would look like doing that. Do you see how dumb that is? And you know what? We already have people who do that. You know what they're called? Concept artists. You give them a concept and they make the art. Like, that's like with AI, we're going backwards because we're literally teaching it things we as humans have mastered decades ago. Decades ago. And I'm supposed to believe that in the gaming world, this is actually going to be a benefit. And every time they try to show how much it's beneficial, they never can. I don't know if you guys remember that stream I did when I showed you the Ubisoft thing, where they were talking about, oh yeah, no, this is going to be awesome. It's going to help with scripting and all these things. And I'm like, no one wants to talk to an NPC for fucking 8 hours, okay? Like even Fortnite did that shit, right? What like is that even still a thing? The Fortnite Darth Vader bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Like are people still even doing that? But I remember it was hot and popular. It was hot and popular earlier this year. But like, are people still discussing it? Are people still looking at it? Or is it just like over? Like all that hoopla they did, are people still using the Darth Vader LLM? I haven't heard anything from it. So I'm just like, are we like, is it, this happened in May? Has there been anything since then? Or have we moved on to the new shit, which is, you know, Ichigo Kurosaki being in Fortnite? That's, see, but that's the thing I'm talking about. Making it like a limited event or whatever have you. So okay, but you went and you made an LLM based off of the voice patterns of James Earl Jones, right? I don't care if you got a state's push whenever you did all that stuff, knowing the temperature of, you know, AI, generative AI stuff, and then you're using it just for a one-time event. Do you think people to this day are still going to be going back to Fortnite and trying to find Darth Vader to have a conversation with him for hours on end? Of course not. Like, they could have just hired the actor they always use to play him in the video game, have him read those lines, and be done with it. People aren't going to come back a year from now, 3 years from now. Like, I've been talking to the Darth Vader AI in Fortnite for fucking 8 hours. It's like, no. He's not, they're not going to do that. He was dead. He was already done. It happen. No, you guys, I know James Earl Jones was down. I'm talking about the actor that they use in the games. They have been they've been doing voice matching for James Earl Jones for fucking years. There was a whole ass actor who was hired to be Darth Vader. I know James Earl Jones is dead. Jesus Christ. My point being that they're doing all this stuff for AI and people get bored. Like, he was like a chatbot companion. Exactly my point. It'd be one thing if it was like going forward, he's gonna be there like forever and all those things. I know the estate signed on to that. What I'm saying is that's still a bad precedent. And ultimately, what did that accomplish really? It'd be one thing again if it was like they gotta if it's like, oh yeah, we're using this model going forward, and all of our characters are going to do it. Oh no, we're just doing it for the Darth Vader one for a limited time event where he's a side character who you can, you know, team up with. You don't think you could have gotten someone in the booth for like a day? Because I'm not even going to hear any money excuses. This is Epic. Epic prints money because of Fortnite. You couldn't get like a voice actor in the booth for like the day and be like, here's 300 lines to read. Go nuts. And then that's it. Because people also aren't playing Fortnite, so they can talk to NPCs for days on end too. Like that's what I'm talking about. The implementation doesn't even give the premise like anywhere to go. This is no different to me than we're talking about metaverse and how they're like, it's the new big thing, it's the new big thing. And so then these companies started buying like digital real estate and then metaverse, and that shit died because it wasn't organic. People don't want to go onto the internet to be fucking buying stuff from fucking like Nike. Right? Like I'm saying that's what I'm saying, all these use cases have been terrible examples of AI. It's just like the whole thing with Google Glass. It's a cool technology, sure, but it's like You have to implement it in ways that people will want to use. For example, I use my card, right? I use my soft cards a lot now. I used to not. But then one day I didn't have my wallet on me. I left it in the car and I didn't want to go all the way back. I just tapped my phone. And I was like, oh, this is actually convenient. It's a technology that's convenient and it doubles as like a backup for my physical stuff. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, look, here's a thumb drive. I can put large amounts of data on this little stick and pop it in here. I don't need the floppy disk anymore or anything like that. That's convenient, right? Generative AI has not proven the use case where it's like, oh, this is super convenient. Instead of learning how to draw, I just spent 16 hours typing a prompt just to get a shirt to move the way I wanted to move. Like, goddamn. I went on a completely different tangent. This was not what I was going to talk about, like at all. Yeah, Metaverse was fucking awful. But again, that was promoted. Like, you guys think about, look at all, like, in the last, like, let's say 5 years, look at all the tech they promoted as the future. This is the future. This is what's going to happen. It's Google Glass. It's the Meta. It's generative AI. It's crypto. It's Bitcoin. How many of you guys are like paying for shit in Bitcoin? How many places are letting you to pay for shit in Bitcoin? As opposed to just like your card. And this was the technology that's supposed to be like, no, it's inevitable. Yeah, if they force it, but they can't even present it in a way. And I knew they were fucked when they couldn't get people on board with crypto and NFTs. Remember NFTs? Remember how they were such the future that Seth Green had a whole ass show built on the premise of an NFT, and that NFT got stolen, and so you couldn't do a show? Remember that? Remember? You guys remember that? Yeah, that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. And then Seth Green had to pay $260,000 in order to recover the lost interest that inspired his new TV show. White Horse Tavern. Hey, White Horse Tavern show. Oh, huh. Oh, it never came out. Never came out. Oh, weird. Never came out. NFTs. You spent $260,000 to get it back. Board 8. Remember Board 8 Yacht Club? Remember that shit? Do you remember the Board 8 video game that they had? Like the Subway Surfers? Oh, 4 years ago. To Logan Paul, right? Well, like Board 8 Yacht Club, there was a game they had out. It was an NFT game, and it was Dookie Dash. The Board Ape Yacht Club doesn't have a single overarching game, but rather uses its NFTs in various experiences and blockchain games. Most notably, Dookie Dash, a temporary sewer-themed runner-gunner game where holders earn points. Mind you, that game costs like $2,300. And then other side, developed with Animoca Brands, which is an unreleased metaverse project. Oh my God. You want to talk about counting your eggs, counting your chickens before they hatch? This is what all this shit is to me. It's just this all the time now. This is the next big thing. So everyone get hyped for it. Oh, how are we going to use it? How's it going to work? Do you remember this shit? Remember Dead Drop? Of course you don't. It never came out. But Dead Drop was supposed to be a blockchain game. Supposed to be like it was supposed to yeah, it's a crypto game that got traction during the NFT craze. And there was like supposed to be like a blockchain thing, and where you can get items from this game, and then the next game they release, you could transfer it. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, honestly, I feel like we are, because of all this tech shit going to shit, we are entering a darker age. Because now everything is like, you guys know that, what is it? Micron is no longer doing RAM, right? Like, they're not doing commercial RAM anymore. Micron exits from crucial consumer business. They are not doing commercial RAM anymore. You know what that is? You know what that means? That means RAM price is about to go the fuck up because of AI, because of literally open AI. Sam Altman just bought a bunch of fucking RAM that he's not going to use. And we're going to suffer for it. Like, that's where we are now, where we have to live with the consequences of these greedy fucks who don't do anything for anybody. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Like, here, OpenAI made a deal to purchase 40% of the global raw undiced DRAM wafer output until 2029. Millions of raw DRAM wafers that cannot be used until they're processed. Do you know what that means? In layman terms, he just bought 40% of the share, the global share, to just not use. Like, it's just not using. Like, why would you buy unprocessed RAM so you can't have it? Because if they don't have the DRAM to do that, then they literally can't make it. 40% of it is just fucking sitting in a warehouse. It's hoarding it. Yes, exactly. And if he's hoarding all of that shit, then that means that the supply is going to be more limited. And on top of that, you have major RAM producers stepping out of the market. Like, without Micron, I think we just have Samsung, and I'm pretty sure Samsung's also getting out of the RAM business. RAM is so expensive. RAM is so expensive. Samsung won't even sell it to Samsung. Due to rising prices from the AI bubble, Samsung Semiconductor reportedly refused a RAM order for new Galaxy phones from Samsung Electronics. And this isn't like, oh, RAM from a PC is different from RAM. No, this is the same shit. Like, RAM is RAM. Like, this is where we are. This is where we are, and it's going to bleed over to all of our hobbies. You think shit's expensive now? Do you guys remember when I talked about Project 2025? And I was like, shit's going to get mad crazy expensive. And then it did, because of the reasons I outlined. We're still in the finding out part. by the way. Also because Donald Trump signed an executive order, which isn't binding, but still executive order, not allowing states to make limitations when it comes to AI. Because our government's fully into AI. Because our government's owned by not only pedophiles, but tech bros who are into AI. So upgrade your shit now. Actually, how much was... I want to go to Amazon right now and just look at this RAM. Ooh. DDR4 RAM is being sold for 109. Oh baby, look at this shit. I'm gonna not show everything because I'm talking myself. Look at this shit. Corsair Vengeance RGP Pro 218 for DDR4. 239 for DDR4. 419. Yeah. Hey, upgrade your shit. Upgrade your shit. Yes, I'm saying that's last gen, and they're going for the. This is more. Okay, so where is it? Like these are the cost. This for DDR5. This is more than the fucking Steam Deck for right now. You could buy a Steam Deck and still have some money left over. I have DDR4 RAM. I did not spend $239 on it. I'll tell you that much. For two, mind you. For two. 239 for 32 gigs of RAM. That's where we are. That AI bubble. And you guys, we got a sample of this shit. If you were ever trying to upgrade your computer during the whole Bitcoin phase where everyone was mining and shit, you couldn't get a goddamn graphics card for less than like $800. Moore's Laws has been quoting sources that the run on RAM is panic buy and will return. Well, we'll see. because at the end of the day, yeah, my RAM is woke because it's RGB lighting, you guys. Because at the end of the day, though, it's night. But really, at the end of the day, even if it's panic buying, people go based on speculation. Like I can't control the price. Like even if I'm like, hey, you know what, it'll eventually will come down. I don't know when eventually is. It could be a year from now, 2 years from now. But people are impatient. They're gonna want to buy shit now. Especially because if you're building a computer or just like even like fucking making a PC, the RAM is the cheapest part. Like RAM is not expensive. Like it's not. Holy shit. They're trying to sell this shit for $1,000 for 96 gigabytes of RAM for DDR5. $1,000. You wouldn't even need that much. Like you don't even need that much. There's no fucking game that's gonna take. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. There's no game that you're going to need 96 gigabytes of fucking RAM. We're not there yet. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. I'm being dead ass serious. There is literally 1,000. 100 bought in the past month. $1,000. $749 for 64 gigs. That is insane. But not as insane as our next CEO. Because Oh, $1,000 for memory? Yeah. Yeah. Remember how when shit used to be cheap? Not no more. That's what their memory is. Hold on to that. But now I want to talk about this guy. So, do you guys remember a game called Lords of the Fallen? And if you do you remember the sequel called Lords of the Fallen? So, that is done by CI Games, and they have a CEO, and their CEO is how to put this? How to put this? Is it good? Honestly, to me, it's like it's one of the first like Souls likes that weren't from FromSoft, which means it wasn't that good. It's a pretty generic FromSoft Souls game. I will say the art design's pretty cool, and their videos, like their actual like trailers and stuff, are fucking sick. I'm not gonna front, but Jesus Christ, it's. I'm gonna just show you his. I'm gonna just show you his fucking page. I'm gonna just show you to the page. I'm gonna just show you to the page. Okay. So this is the CEO of CI Games, the CEO of Lords of the Fallen. All right. He is a culture warrior. He's in the culture war. He's fully in the culture war. Okay. And that may not stop you from playing the games. That's not my intention. But he's getting worse. So as you'll see here, he is quote tweeting literally every fucking grift I've talked about. Here's Endymion. Here's Vera Dark. Here's Smash JT. He's been doing this for a while, actually. Like, where do we start? Where do we start? So, I mean, we can keep fucking laying down here. We can keep going. I mean, you even have Roach King himself. Like, he's following nothing but grifters, right? Because that's his audience. So what happened a long time ago, internet time, reality, this happened like 6-7 months ago, was he was obsessed with making these posts that were ads about the game. Like, and his post would be like, let me put, like, this would be an ad. Like, he'd make us an ad, right? How important are sexy, beautiful characters in RPG games? He's, out of 20,000 people voted for this, he has about, how many followers? He has about 30,000. So there's no surprise that this is mostly his own audience, not from people who play his games, but his literal own Twitter audience. He's going based off of those numbers to be like, this is what my audience wants. This is what the people who play these games want. They want sexy game characters and everything. And that's it. And people were telling him, because he got into it with Fighting Cowboy. And so, like, if you look here, all of these posts are about fucking all these grifters supporting him. Grums, fucking Asmongold, all these people, right? And it's like, this is what he's been doing. This is what he's been doing. And it's funny that he's quoting this thing from IGN, and then next thing he posts is about how he doesn't like game journalists because the people that he supports don't fucking support him, and they don't support game journalism either. So he's posting a lot about Lords of Fallen 2, obviously, because that's, you know, the game to work in, which is fine. Like, talk about your shit, talk your game. But even before Lords of the Fallen 2 was announced, he was on some fuck shit. And now what's happening is because he did an interview where he was talking about just having girls in sexy clothes or whatever, right? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Liza P. director promises the most fun as NeoWiz prepares for a sequel to one of the best Souls-like games ever made. Says Overture DLC was treated almost as a sequel anyway. I will not disappoint you. He's taking. I'm losing my mind. He is going to Pirate Nation's page, taking the screen grab, and just to say, we won't disappoint either. Souls-like went from a niche punishment games to one of the game's fastest growing segments, more games, bigger hits, higher bar. To put this about his game, he, again, look, great update on DEI removal. Since October 2023, I don't think there's any of their games except Activision have beaten Lords of the Fallen and Steam concurrent players. This is the CEO saying DEI is bad. He does believe DEI is bad, by the way, and that wasn't clear. And then saying, good on Microsoft. I don't think since October 2023, any of their games have had more higher concurrent players than. What are you like? Like what the fuck? Like this is what he does. Okay, so it's not a new thing. This isn't surprising, but the reason why I'm talking about him now, Disney Access Diversity and DI from Financial Report, great progress. Like again, but the reason I'm talking about him now is because what happened recently, which was this. No, of course, because he's wrong and stupid. No one had a meltdown over sexy game characters. He literally wrote, and even on the thumbnail, you can just put this in your game and it's fine. You don't have to be a huge loser about it. Ironically, Smash HT has to be a huge loser about everything all the time. But what people were talking about was the fact that this is loser shit, man. It's loser shit to do that. You're trying to compare yourself to the likes of Liza P and Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls never once talked about the game and going, you can put sexy women in sexy outfits in our game, because that's why people play Dark Souls, not for the story, which is admittedly obtuse, or for like the role-playing element, but because they want to put sexy women in sexy outfits. And let me find the actual article for you guys real quick. Eric Tominsky. So this is an article from The Gamer. Lords of the Fallen is already cementing itself as a game for all the wrong people. Lords of the Fallen publisher CI Games made it blatant back in January that it will steer clear of making its games political or including any social elements or agendas in the future's titles, which is fucking stupid. By the way, it's weird to want to be a Souls-like and be like, we're not going to have anything about social elements or politics or anything like that. It claims featuring such things runs a high risk of pushing audiences away and would rather focus on serious games featuring serious stuff like sexy, scantily clad women. Whatever you want, I guess. Just make sure to wash your hands when you're done. He talks about it. Yeah. Yeah, we can go straight to the tweet. So people can't be like, oh, you're misquoting him or whatever. Many of you asked why the game initially had body type A and B. Xworks started early 2020 as an autonomous studio owned by CI Games. Early on, political corruptness and its filtering meant not every decision reached me on time. I got a lot more involved as late from 2024 and now act as head of studio alongside my CEO role. Things are very different now and the studio got fully integrated. We reverted a lot of wrong decisions and will continue improving. Lords 2 is being built on real player feedback and is crystal clear in the last 2 trailers. So, doesn't want political agendas or anything, but is immediately going to make a show that just says male and female instead of body types A and B. You know what game has body types A and B? All of the Dark Souls games. The genre that exists because of Dark Souls, the ones that he's aping, Elden Ring is also that thing, right? Uses body types A and B. But she's going by real player feedback. Players are saying we don't want to play A and B. We want women and men, because people were definitely playing the shit out of Lords of the Fallen, and it's not like he still hasn't made a profit off of that game or anything like that. A game is meant to be fun, not politically correct. And just like correct. And then I'm going to buy the game, definitely. Will there be attractive female characters, and will there be revealing outfits and armors for them? Yes. Thank you for your response. Good Lord, this is pathetic. It is pathetic. Like, proper Souls, like, can you specify if a Lord of the Fallen 2 will have the standard camera like Lord of the Fallen 2023, Elden Ring a song, or if the camera is close like we've seen at TGA? Proper Souls, like, that doesn't tell you where the fucking camera is going to be. Just so you know. That doesn't tell you where the camera's going to be. But yes, this guy, the CEO, has been basically kicking and screaming about this entire time. And that brings me to his posts, where he's just literally just responding like every fucking grifter, to every grifter. From full armor to none at all, we want everyone to enjoy great freedom and character creation and wide choices of iconic dark fantasy outfits. But you notice how they're only showing the women, right? Because none of this shit is about, oh, can the dudes, they don't give a fuck about that. Is it going to be women and scantily? Because you know what? You know how you answer that if you have, any sort of fucking acumen? You would say, the focus of our games is to deliver a robust and enjoyable role-playing experience. Whether you play as a female, as a male, what kind of armor set you want to, our focus is the gameplay and story. Not, yeah, dude, we're going to have hot naked chicks in our game. Because it's fucking 1995 and this is Duke Nukem. Like, rejecting agenda, acknowledge normalcy. Rejecting agenda, and he's fucking retweeting Vera Dark. But he's rejecting an agenda. Because Vera Dark has no agenda. Journals demand political conformity. That's no agenda, though. Not pushing any agenda. I think it's supposed to say alluring, but alluring fierce women in revealing outfits exploded across 1930s and 1970s pulp and paperbacks. Not one author's quirk, but a genre-defining staple immortalized on the countless iconic covers by artists like Margaret Brundage and Frank Frazetta. Lord of the Fallen 2 draws from that rich legacy with immersive player-requested character options. This is a bullshit non-statement. This is a bullshit statement. And I know that because at no point has he ever spoken about, oh, this is where we're drawing inspiration from, because it's obvious where. It's obvious. This year, we've talked directly to you to shape up Lords of the Fallen 2, but according to the gamer, you're the wrong type of gamer. Also, another thing, what company spends this much time, what CEO spends this much time, besides Elon Musk, who's also a dumbass, but what gaming CEO spends this much time on the internet going to places like The Gamer to be like, they don't understand. They didn't. You're the wrong type of gamer. The article ignores almost everything we've shown in the last two trailers. Epic bosses, lightning fast challenging combat, seamless day one co-op, endless build variety. Let's look at the Is there gameplay? The last trailer they showed was from this is the most recent trailer then, right? Okay, this is not gameplay. This is also not gameplay. Where's the actual gameplay? Okay, that might be it. That seems more cinematic, but okay. I can't really see the seamless co-op because you can't see that, but this isn't the challenging gameplay video, right? And you know what the shitty part is too is there are developers working on this game that you can tell are really putting their whole fucking foot in it. Like there is some awesome fucking character design here. And every time he speaks, I think he does them a disservice. Because he's promoted as a gooner game. That's what he's fucking doing. He wants to be like, oh, well, they didn't talk to you about where did I put it? They didn't talk to you about the epic bosses and lightning fast combat. Yeah, dude, because you've been posting shit about this, about women, about the fact that we have hot women in your game. There is no post on here that is even showing gameplay. You know how insane that is? There are more videos of you retweeting grifters? Dr. Disaster? If you retweeting grifters than actual footage of your game. Like that's insane to me. Gaming belongs to gamers now, not to activists. Like he's doing all of this shit, and I guarantee you this shit won't even fucking set the world on fire. Like that's what he's acting like. Like he's acting as if this is going to be the next Baldur's Gate 3. This is going to be the next Lies of P. Most of the people, like he's doing all this shit talking, right? I think it's yes, Lords of Fallen 2023 struggled to become profitable for its developer CI Games, even after reaching 5 million players by mid 2025. CEO Merrick mentioned they were close to breaking even, citing factors like high development costs, around 7 million, inclusion on Game Pass, reducing full price sales and significant discounts, despite strong initial sales and updates like 2.0 improving its reception. The game was sold at significant discounts, lowering per unit review. Initial launch issues, early performance problems on PC likely her initial sales, though updates like 2.0 helped improve its standing later. The game was still approaching its break-even point, meaning it hadn't even fully recouped its substantial investment despite player milestones. And here's the thing, right? You guys know I'm not the person who actually genuinely cares about the profitability of video games. I just think if they're good or not, if I like it or not, right? But I'm bringing this up because the way that he's talking, when he's saying shit like these other games couldn't match, didn't ever outperform us on Steam, right? Like he said that he was like, they got rid of DEI good. None of their games besides Activision ever did better than my game on Steam. And it's like, dude, you look. Great update on DI Mover. Since 2023, I don't think any of their games except Activision have beaten Lords of the Fallen in Steam concurrent players. What does that matter? What does concurrent playership matter when you're talking about sales, units being sold? Like, again, Steam isn't the only fucking metric that exists. And most of these games are not multiplayer like online games. Look, you have all these concurrent players, which is funny because grifters usually talk about how saying stuff like players doesn't matter. They want to know units sold, but whatever. They say all that shit, and yet not profitable. Just now approaching the break-even point, which means still not a profit. But talking all this mess as if they've made it as if they are on top. And it really sucks because there are developers, right? There are people working on these games. There are people working on uh this project that are, again, putting their hearts and souls into this. Look at the art design. Like, it gets me so upset to see such cool artwork and our art direction, and then to have some fucking mouthpiece be like, "Oh yeah, DEI sucks. My game's gonna have women in sexy clothing, and Microsoft games besides Activision haven't beaten mines in concurrent player on Steam." Like, all of this is so fucking desperate. It's desperate. Do you think Lies of P, when they were promoting it, were like, "Look at all the big titty robots"? There are no big titty robots in Lies of P. There's not even like what they would call sexy characters in Lies of P. You want to know why? Because that's not the fucking focus. Same thing with like the From Souls games, right? Like, sure, there's like Guinevere, and she exists, but the majority of the games are not about hot, sexy characters and sexy armor and shit. It's about a story. It's about good gameplay. It's about methodical, slow combat. And these games are doing gangbusters. Again, Dark Souls essentially created its own genre. Like, all the trappings in the Souls game come from Dark Souls. It wasn't like a gacha game where they had like big titty girls in bikinis. That was never the thing. No one was like, "Oh yeah, man, I was playing Elden Ring and that game fucking sucked and it was awful and it's terrible because there weren't girls in hot." No, people were fucking being like, "Dude, look at Ronnie. Look at Ronnie, who's a." This is, listen to this. Okay, this is the character. I have to be really careful with this. Make sure I can show any of this. Okay, this is the character that these guys were horny for. This is Ronnie the Witch. This is how you're introduced to her. Okay, this is Ronnie. Then you have like mods like this where they give her a big boobs, where she's like sexy Ronnie, all this stuff, right? Like this shit, right? People doing fan like this. They didn't need her to look like this. They used their imagination. That's probably what makes it even sexier. Like, this is what she looks like. This is this is what she looks like. Like, this is what she looks like. There is nothing revealing about her attire at all. There's no cleavage. The most you see is her fucking hair. You didn't see them going like, "We have Ronnie and we have a DLC that makes her in a bikini." They didn't do that shit. They weren't shitting on other companies. They weren't consistently trying to placate these fucking online losers. And yet, can we look at the just look at the Metacritic for Elden Ring? 96, 8.4 from users, universal acclaim. Sorry, actually, Lords of the Fallen. The first Lords of the Fallen game, 68. The second Lords of the Fallen game, not bad. I'd say a 75 is pretty decent. It's decent. Is that on all platforms? So not that good on PS5. The most highest rates on Xbox, right? 77, but more critics, so 75, right? Decent. Lies of P. Lies of P's DLC got 85. Lies of P itself got an 80. These are games. Hold on, let's look at I'm just curious what this game got. The first Berserker. 78, not bad. But like, these are games that are your contemporaries in this space. You're not doing better than them. You're not received better than them. And yet you're acting as if your game is like the top of the top, and you're saying, "Oh, let's focus on the girls in fucking armor." No, how about you focus on the gameplay? How about you focus on Elden Ring DLC, the Shadow of the Earth Tree, got way better. Shadow of the Earth Tree got 94. Shadow of the Earth Tree got 90. It's got higher. But all this to say is these games don't need to sell you on like TNA. What they sell you on is the game. They want you to play the game because the game is worth playing. They don't have to be like, look at all these big butts, look at all these hot ladies in armor. That's not what the game's about. Like, that's just, it's not it. You fundamentally don't understand the own genre that you're in. Like, and then he's trying to appeal to people who never played his game to begin with. Like, what Souls like is like, oh yeah, it's only good because, again, sexy armor and shit. I won't play this game unless it has sexy armor. That's bullshit, and we know that. We know that is bullshit because the most successful games in this genre don't even have what they're talking about. Like, it just reeks of desperation. It's so fucking desperate. It's so fucking desperate. Like, you don't need to do this. Just make a good game in that genre instead of like again, look. Lords of the Fallen 2, making players attractive as they should be. November 21st. November 21st. 611 attractive female characters, shocking. And it's like, this is from your own. Look. Like, his own fucking poll shows that people are here for gameplay. The characters should fit the story. Your options are weird. Like, this is like this is so stupid. How should attractive female lead characters look in an action RPG? I'm here for gameplay. And that beats all the other options. So you know what he says instead? 61 want attractive female characters. Shocking. He's combining literally the ones that lost all together to be like, they want hot girls in the game. They literally want gameplay. So you're not even taking feedback. Yes, he added all the other three together to be like 61%. Because the 61 and some change plus 38 would give him 100. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's even when faced with the reality of like, hey, actually people don't care about this. They're like, no, no, they want the hot girls. They want them hot. They need it. They need them hot girls. Like this is so fucking stupid, man. And the thing is too, look how cool this design. Like, look, this shit is so frustrating. This shit is so frustrating because look how actually good this shit looks. No surprise that the guy is fully covered up, but look how cool this shit actually looks, right? And then instead of just focusing on that, he's into some weird gooner shit. Like, this is a great fucking design. I remember when I saw the trailer, I showed you guys, I talked about this. I'm like, look how awesome the fucking trailer, look how cool this design looks, right? We talked about that on the trailer gameplay, or trailer reveal. And it's so infuriating because you see cool shit like that. And then you look at this fucking CEO who's just like, we gotta have hot girls in our shit. and also my game's better than these other games because they don't have higher concurrent players than me. It's like, what is this Gooner shit? Why are you following thick old Beth just to do like what the fuck is like? It's obvious you're trying to appeal to a certain group. Like, oh my god, this is such a fucking. I truly feel bad for the people working on this game, working in the studio, because like you're doing all this shit, and then this guy just comes and shits on everything. Where he's like, too bad for them. You know your first game was shit. No offense. No offense. Completely wrong. And it's like these are the people that he wants on his side. Like these are the people that he wants on his side. It's crazy. Waterfall 2 is being unfairly targeted by a certain website for giving players what they want. If I can even prove to you that they're being slightly critical here by using their own words and articles against them. Like, him of all people saying that is hilarious to me. Unfairly targeted. Can we real quick chat? Let's just go to his page. I'm not gonna watch a video. I know I haven't done a reaction video in a long time, but I don't fuck reacting right now. So, Metro Prime 4 is a queer victory plus fan reject Martin Slop. Going after Nintendo again. Going after Nintendo again. Going after Nintendo. Super Inc. First goes to Yote, demands you buy it. And going to Black Ops 7 and Ghost of Yote. He made a lot of Ghost of Yote videos. He's made a lot of Ghost of Yote videos. Like a fucking a lot. Well, let's just see. The entire woke movement wants this game to fail, and I can prove it. The entire industry demands this game must fail or else. The remaining creators must ditch franchise in favor of Baldur's Gate 3. Access Media demands Claire Obscure Expedition 33 wins refunded. Claire Obscure just embarrassed the game industry. Nintendo just got what they deserved, and you will pay. Like, this is the guy. This is the guy saying that someone's being unfairly targeted when he's made so many goddamn videos about Ghost of Yote, about the game industry. The game industry is lying about me, and I can prove it. Please share. Like, this is the guy you want on your team. This is the guy. Disgusting AI fucking thumbnails with just bullshit over it. The most annoying voice in the world. This is the guy. Like, this is the guy. Like, this is. And everything he puts out is just fucking negative slop, dude. It's just negative slop. It's just rushed jobs. That's it, dude. Like every day there's some slop. Every day there's some slop. You made 2 videos on back to back with fucking Lords of the Fallen, right? And then it's Divinity, and then it's Expedition 33. Bethesda, Expedition 33 again. Like, this is the guy's output. This guy doesn't like video games. Like, and this is the person. This is the person that's saying Lords of the Fallen 2 is being unfairly targeted by a certain website. Like, I guess maybe he would know about unfairly targeting things, but this is not the messenger. And then suddenly they care about these journalist sites. That's the thing too. This is obviously in reference to the Gamer article I was just reading to you guys. But it's so funny to me that the people who consistently talk about access media and how journalists are dumb and all this stuff will bitch and complain. If they're so dumb and so worthless and no one cares, then why are you making videos about it? Why are you making videos about the gaming industry journalists if they're irrelevant? Like, legitimately, even though I went to the website, who gives a fuck if the Gamer wrote that? The Gamer isn't the big fucking website. It's not the huge like site like IGN or Polygon or Kotaku or anything like that. Like, they don't have anything of value of worth to say, so they just spew out bullshit. But because he's a grifter, he can just literally just throw slop out every other fucking day. Apparently, they'll believe him. Like, oh yeah, you guys, like, really think about it. If I made a video talking about this guy sucks, which is an Indian meme, I made it suck. I'm like, I suck. He sucks. I don't have a big audience. I don't have many people watching me. I'm aware of that. I don't really care in that regard, but I'm aware of that. Wouldn't it be weird if then like everyone suddenly was like paying attention to what I said? Why does it matter? If I'm irrelevant, if my channel's dead, dying, I'm a dead channel, right? I have no career. Why are you so upset at what I said? Who's that gonna trick or offend? Like, these people are so fucking thin skinned. They're so unbelievably thin skinned that they're like the gamer. Like, you guys, the gamer website is saying that I have a bad audience, and but it's true though. Also, these motherfuckers didn't even. They said they're gonna buy your next game. They could be buying your game right now. How much is Lords of the Fallen right now? I want to see 50% off. You can get it right now for $14. Which, ironically, one of the reasons why they said didn't make its money back is because it's always consistently on sale. But it's like, let's look at this. Like, it's fucking $14, $19 to get the DLC. Originally $30 and $40 respectively. Like, but they're not even buying this now. This is the one that came out in 2023. This one came out 2 years ago. And you can see it's very much a Dark Souls game. It's very much a Dark Souls game. Again, it's fine, but like the people talking about they're gonna buy the next game, buy this one. Why are you not buying this one? The next game, why not this one? Activists attack bigot gamers in hit pieces against base Lords of the Fallen. Like, what is this?
Have been under attack.
No. Again, and guess what? Now they're all talking about the same thing. They all got their marching orders. Now they're all gonna make videos about the gamer going after them, right? Activists attack bigot gamers in hit pieces against base Lords of the Fallen 2 studio. Oh. Also, do not worry. We're not going to fucking watch this. Again, I'm not doing React videos for the rest of the year, so don't worry about that. But like, your CEO is out here appealing to grifters while you have developers fucking hitting crunch trying to make sure this game comes out in a playable state, unlike the last time they released the game where they needed a ton of updates in a version 2.0 to get people to play it to make it almost break even. Like, that's nutty to me. And I did play, mind you, I did play Lords of the Fallen. I played the first one on the Xbox 360 day, Xbox One. I played that first one. It's on my YouTube channel. So you could say I'm sort of like an OG. I'm an OG Lords of the Fallen player. And I always felt it was kind of just like, like it wasn't like super engaging to me. But I played it. And I also tried to play the second one, but I just couldn't get into it. I say it's a good game, but it could be a bit frustrating, lacks any variety once you get into the mid game. Yeah, I know. That's why I stopped playing it. I stopped playing it in the mid game. Basically, if the game's popping is good. If it's bad, it's because of woke game design. They assume bad games are only bad because the devs want to make them bad despite them. Yeah. Like, here's the thing, though, too, right? Like, I don't necessarily want this game to do terribly, right? In fact, I hope it does do well. I hope Lords of Fallen 2 does do well and that these developers can continue to make the games they want to make. My problem is the CEO is using this as a cultural war thing, as if this is going to guarantee him sales. People aren't going to remember this shit when the game comes out. Like how we were talking about earlier about the Darth Vader AI thing, people aren't going to remember that shit 3 years from now when this game releases or whatever. They're not. So he has to either what it seems like he's doing, he's trying to just constantly be in the zeitgeist. So when the game comes out, people will play it. But that's not how this shit works. Like, he's appealing to such a minority, and he doesn't understand that because he's in this bubble where he thinks that's the majority of gamers. It's not. His poll got 20,000 people to reply to it. He himself has 31,000 followers on that app. Unless he's saying that the game's only going to sell like maybe 40,000 copies, and he can guarantee at least the sale of 20,000 of it, this is nothing. He's trying to appeal to a very, very small group of people who aren't even playing his game. It seems like pandering is okay when it's towards a certain group. Of course it is. That's always been the case. I even did a TikTok on that. You guys want to follow my TikTok? It's the same name, TTBN Gaming. I haven't talked about that. I put on my YouTube too, my YouTube Shorts. They're okay with pandering as long as they're the target audience. That's it. But they won't buy these games. And that's something that these woke or anti-woke cultural war people don't understand is people don't actually like them, and they don't actually put their money where their mouth is. They don't support these games. They don't support any of these games. You know what they do? They get mad at the crazy successful games. Because if we can go back to Endymions channel, for example, right? So Expedition 33 is a woke game. Arc Raiders is considered woke because you have black people in it. Call of Duty Black Ops 7, they call it woke because you have female operators in it, right? So if you look through his Ghost of Yote, what's it called? Assassin's Creed Shadows, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, right? These are all woke games. All these games that they're talking about are woke. Spider-Man, Battlefield 6, Baldur's Gate 3, calling it slop and it's so fucking stupid. But all these games are woke, right? When does he talk about a game that he actually likes? Where's the game that's supposed to be anti-woke? No politics or no politics that he hates. Where is that? Where is that? Neil Druckmann. So he's talking about The Last of Us, right? And then he was going on three videos about pirate software. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos about pirate software. 8 videos, 9 videos about pirate software. 10 videos about pirate software. Don't think that topic required 10 separate 11 videos. I don't think it required 11 videos, but I digress. At what point does he talk about these are the games that should be made, and not in a way where it's like, oh, they're killing the AAA industry with these small games? No, when are you going to actually talk about a game you like, a game you find interesting? 8 months. Schedule 1 is racist, bigoted, and activists want it gone. Like they never do that shit. They never do that shit. Andy Pence really gave up the game with Advent, but oh well, yeah, that shit was so obvious. Like, why they suck? No, nobody trusts woke games journalism anymore. No one trusts them, and yet he has all these videos talking about why the gamer is bad. He's still defending the woke movement out for blood, and he has a picture of Lords of the Fallen from 10 months ago. Like, nothing that he talks about is positive at all. No game that he likes. Like, nothing. We are a year into this now. And nothing. And he can't even use the very dark excuse where it's like, I'm a critic and then I talk about it and I play these games. Because, again, to her minimal credit, she does play video games, at least on stream here. Everything he talks about, he's bitching. Non-stop bitching. Has no videos talking about a game he actually likes. Or even just talking about a game. Like, I at least, on occasions, talk about games. I talk about this shit. I play them too. I play games. But like, everything on his channel was just, oh, here's fucking, this is bad, this is terrible, this is bad. Here I'm talking about anti-censorship, I'm talking about censorship. Like, everything on his channel was just like, this is bad, this is stupid, this is awful. I at least fucking talk about video games. I at least play games over here. Damn, what a year. I played mouthwashing last year. I actually talk about games. Look, The Drifter. I bought this game on Steam yesterday. I'll probably play that afterwards. But like, at least I talk about games and I play games and I talk about games that I like or I find interesting. This motherfucker doesn't. Everything is just rage and anger and hate. That's it. That's it. Like, that's it. That's all they have. It's just anger. It's just fucking anger all the time. And you have this dumbass trying to be like, political correctness is bad for gaming. It's about escapism and immersion and not about agendas. I cannot tell you. Says the person consistently getting involved in culture war stuff. Are we politically correct? The answer is no. We follow what players want and we stand by our words. No, you fucking don't. Yes, this is. How do you know what players want from Twitter? What about a proper market research for potential buyers instead of internet keyboard warriors? Like, this is the perfect. This is the perfect fucking distillation right here. He doesn't know. He's not listening to his players. But look at this shit. How about you just make a better game next time? 100%. Could you share your view on how you make the next Norse better? Sure. Here's an easy one. Take the people you've got working on the sexy armor sets and put them on stuff that actually matters instead of trying to score culture wars points off of misogyny. Is making a good game in your agenda? When you say that, you mean you're a right wing and support white supremacy and manosphere to ideology. That will turn away gamers who do not subscribe to ideology. David Jaffe, who's always up and down. That video on genre was premium. Thank you. I got so many people up. Did I ever tell you guys about the first React video someone did about me? Hold on, wait. You are promoting a genre right now. This is marketing, pure and simple. I am excited for a game with sexy ladies wearing next to nothing. Hell, I've worked on such games. Would recommend, but Jesus, spare us the word just like you guys song and dance. Exactly. But I'm glad you brought up the the genre video. A while ago, someone made a video about me in regards to that genre video. They were like, he doesn't understand genres, and I'm like, I don't know, and I've never actually shown this, but I want to see if it's still here. It's like the first time someone did a video about me. Because someone sent it to me too. Like it's so oh wow. Small streamer, Morse Critical is also streaming right now. What coincidence. Wait, hold on. Come on. Oh, no, I should have saved that video. God damn it. I don't know how to find it. But someone did an actual like reaction to my genre video, and I don't know where it is. When you make David Jaffe start speaking with some sense, you know you're doing something wrong. David Jaffe goes up and down for me for sure, but the point is though, like it's just pathetic marketing to people who aren't going to play your game. That's it. But I low-key now want to find that genre video. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. He thinks she's Itagaki. See, that's the thing though too. Like, they always have this idea where they're like, "Oh, you guys don't understand. You guys don't like this. You guys hate sexy game characters." And it's like, we've all played Bayonetta. We've all played these games. I played The Gods of War, where you could have sex with women in it. Big titty women, there are no bras on. I played that game. I played Bayonetta. I played Ninja Gaiden, when you have big titty ninjas in there. Like, I played these games. But these games are good. I'm playing Stellar Blade on and off because, I'm focused on other games, but like, I'm not playing Stellar Blade because Eve has a skin tight suit. The Warrior Lady and Kazan, they're definitely hot in that too. But again, I don't play games to nut. Like, I don't. It's such a weird thing to me. That's become like the whole a conversation. Just like, oh, these girls aren't home to jerk off just to bad games. Like, that's why you play video games. You spend $70 to jerk off. That's crazy. Wait, I gotta find this fucking game. I gotta find this video. I want to actually play this video for you guys. Also, did you guys enjoy my poll? Pause. Did you enjoy the poll on the community page where I said, "What game do you guys want me to talk about playing but actually not play? I'm talking too much." I would call myself Lisana Gai, but I I can't predict what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to do. Promotions, coaches, playlists. Oh, maybe it was under mentions. I got mentioned in this. This one. No. No. Oh my god, I have actually a lot of people responding to. Hold on, wait. Someone else made a reaction video to me.
Hey y'all, it's
Wait, what? Wait, hold on, you guys. Wait, wait, hold on. This is new to me. This is from 3 months ago. I'm in the title. TTBN thinks people accusing Riley CS of cheating are transphobic. Okay, let's see. Let's see this. I guess I lied when I said I wasn't going to do reaction videos.
Hey y'all, it's me again, AC, and today we're talking about TTBN Gaming again. And why do you think I'm talking about him again today? It's because he's saying that people that are talking—
Wait, again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Again? When was I before? Wait, was he the same video that said I didn't know how to do about genres? There's no way we're the same guy. I mean, it has to be. Who else would be talking about me? I don't see myself anywhere else here, though. I don't see myself anywhere else, so. Beat Force games beyond cooked. I have foods at Boy Lunch too. Achievement shouldn't exist. Ackman, peak gamer hours. Modern gaming is not going to last. Here's my channel. Was how am I again? This is the first video I've been in. Like I think I'd be in the I'd be in the thumbnail, right? Or something. Okay, whatever. Let's see. I met those games those people are talking about are great fan service and they have some level of raunchiness with nudity, but it's more like playing an immersive rated R movie. Lords of Fallen 2 guys trying so hard to be like Stellar Blade devs. Yeah, this is which point just Stellar Blade devs where they were just like, yeah, we can make the game better. We can make the story better.
Talking about the Catgirl VTuber that got banned for cheating on Battlefield 6 was because of transphobia. So this is definitely going to be a very rage-fueled video for y'all to watch today. Y'all are about to see me get hella mad. And also anyone who hasn't watched that video I made on this dude, his initial video I covered was him saying pretty much that fun shouldn't be a priority in games. And you can probably see how that went. Well anyways, this video is called VTuber—
Wait. What? Fun shouldn't be priority in games. I feel like where was that? Twitter uses this piece of a entitled Man-Child says you should never have fun playing video games. Oh, this is awesome.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's me again, and today we have a guy that's saying that games don't have to be fun and that they shouldn't be fun. So I'm gonna have a lot to unpack here and a lot to talk about. Hold on. Let's just get right into this shit.
Please do.
In fact, I don't think video games have to be fun at all.
I think fun is overrated in video games. I think the idea that we have decided to reduce a game, which I believe truly, and I will say this to humble and fair.
Wait, so he's it's so awesome. So he's doing a voice modifier on me to make me sound like, I guess, I don't know.
Games are art. To reduce something to just, is it fun or not? Now, that might sound like an insane thing to start off a video with.
Wow, we're starting off strong. So he's saying that games don't have to be fun at all. So I would like to ask you this personally, person making this video that I'm reacting to.
Okay.
And what is the main reason for playing a game?
You could just finish watching the video, right? Like, he could just watch the video, right? I'm obviously leading into my point. I literally preface it saying, I know this sounds insane, but like,
usually that's what I constitute playing a game for. If I'm not having fun, then I'm wasting my time. I don't see a video game any other way. If it's not fun, then why should I play it?
I think this idea of funness has been warped, especially considering the current.
Okay, does no one else find it insane that they added the voice effect to me after you heard my normal voice? Okay, I know what the effect is trying to go for is like, oh, look how zany he sounds. He sounds weird and wacky, but like, that just makes it harder to listen to my point, which almost makes it seem like I had a point and you're doing deceptive editing to make it seem like I had no point to say.
Bullshit culture we're going on in gaming to be used as a shield. Because what is a fun? Again, this sounds very pretentious, I know, but let's just humor me for a second. What is fun?
What is fun? That is actually very simple to answer. If you enjoyed your time playing a game, you got sucked really deep into a game, then that constitutes as a fun game towards you. Of course, other people are going to find that some games aren't as fun to them. For me, personally, I don't like a lot of games. I don't think they're fun. But for me, I like a lot of niche genres. Like for me, I love milsim realism games. A lot of people don't think.
As he's playing Borderlands 4. Was I in the dark? Oh, that was before I had my camera upgrade. That was before I upgraded you guys. Come on. But it's funny to me that he's talking about what fun is to him, almost as if that's the point I'm making here.
I think they're really fun. But the culture thing as a shield, what is that supposed to mean? That is a nothing burger. That actively means nothing. Because so far, this take just seems really stupid.
Is it something that's universal? I would say no. I would say fun is a subjective experience.
Well, of course, it's a subjective experience. Not everyone's going to have the same amount of fun or even have fun.
Yeah, let me get to my point, dude.
Everyone's going to like the same stuff. A thing made for everybody is a thing made for nobody. So saying a game shouldn't be fun or can have the possibility to not be fun but still enjoyable is an oxymoron. That makes no sense because...
That makes perfect sense. If you watch, I think I made some example. If you watch a movie that's fucking depressing, if you watch, let's say, like Schindler's List, and you watch that movie, and you wouldn't say it's a fun movie, had a fun time, but it made you feel something. It made you think about something. Maybe you sit in that uncomfortableness, but it made you feel that. That is art. That was the fucking point I was making. People have this obsession with games only can be fun. That's not true. That's not true at all. Like, you have, that's weird. Like, you have games that are telling stories that aren't fucking fun, but it can be intriguing. It can keep you hooked, but it doesn't mean it's fun. Like, that's so insane.
If you're not having fun, then why are you playing a game if you're just suffering through it?
I play games for an experience. That experience can be fun.
Of course he shows The Last of Us gameplay. Oh boy. Anyways, back to what he was saying.
By whatever standards. But it can be sad. It can be frustrating. It can be, peaceful.
You've ever played The Last of Us? 1 or 2?
And now he drops the voice filter effect on me.
You could describe that as many things. I don't think you'd say it's a fun game.
Wait, look at this. Look at this. Listen to this. Listen.
The Last of Us.
my real voice,
1 or 2.
You could describe that as many things.
and then back to the filter.
I don't think you'd say it's a fun game.
Well, yeah, you're actively playing games that have nothing but a so-called story in them, and The Last of Us is your pinnacle in that. It's a story game, and it doesn't even do a story that well. And I have played The Last of Us Part 1. I completed it. It was not that enjoyable. The story was okay, but at the same time,
You just said you played the game and you didn't complete it. But as you just said earlier, if it wasn't fun, then why were you playing it? Huh. Interesting. Interesting how you completely disproved your own thesis in my like we're done, right? That was the point. He just admitted he played a game that he didn't find was fun, he completed it. That's it. That's it. That's 3 minutes into his 9-minute video. Like it doesn't. The guy you're critiquing is right. The main reason for playing a game can be fun, but can also be experienced in general. Video games don't have to be fun, and games in general don't have to be fun, but are mostly used for fun. They are recreational activities. Think of games like Getting Over It and Fear and Hunger. Getting Over It is famous for the anger induces over loss, and Fear and Hunger is famous for its hostile world and oppressive atmosphere. Neither of these games are strictly very fun unless you're very good at them, but they are popular nonetheless. Though in Getting Over It's case, most people will watch people Let's Plays of it. Video games are art. Thank you. Like, wait, hold on. The talk about black people in video games doesn't really fit the discussion. I'm not sure why it's necessary here. Wait, was he being racist? I don't care. The problem I have with guys like this is that their side and perspective they're coming from is inherently disingenuous, bigoted, and destructive. These people do not have a coherent opinion, and for the most part, interested in the conversation for sake of sanctimonious ego masturbation. I don't know what he means about the fun, but I'm sure the definition will shift to whatever is most convenient to any given moment. Not to mention the conversation about racism is not something I take seriously from people who conflate white people existing with oppression of some sort. This guy is just a subversive POS trying to muddy conversations about our hobby for the sake of his entitled ego. Crazy. Crazy the fact that he titles this entitled man-child says you should never have fun playing video games when I never fucking said that. Like, here, let me play a sample of it from my own page. Holy crap, this guy's weird. Let me go to my own page. Hold on. I think it was wait, fun? Was that fun? This video?
I think fun is over.
Yeah, it was this video. You know what he could have did? He could have also just clicked on the ass button, like summarize video. Also, he took a 12-minute video and then condensed it to a 9-minute video, and then within 3 minutes of that 9-minute video, he already lost his own argument. This is crazy. This is crazy. In the video, the speaker argues that games do not have to be fun and that reducing them slowly to the metric diminishes the values in art form. The speaker elaborates that fun is a subjective experience and games can evoke a wide range of emotions like sadness, frustration, or peace. For the speakers, games are a story being told, and forcing them to be fun can detract from the narrative. The second main point is how political and political themes have always been present in video games, but people often don't notice them as children. The speaker, who is 36 now, uses examples like which enemies in Call of Duty, particularly that games haven't necessarily gotten worse, but rather players have changed as they've grown up. Like he could have just did that.
Overrated in video games. There's a story being told. Multiple types of stories through different means, right? But still a story.
This is before I had lighting, you guys.
So
leave me alone.
say like this game's not good because it's not fun. I get confused because a game doesn't have to be fun to be good. It doesn't have to be fun to be enjoyable. It doesn't have to be fun. I remember when I was younger, I would see articles about like this similar topic. And I was always like, that's stupid. Games have to be fun. It's a game. You play it for fun. But as I've gotten older, I realized, no, that's not the case. Which brings me to like sort of, just think of it like a 2-in-1 video, but to the other side of where people keep complaining about video games because they're not what they used to be.
Also, notice how I give you context and then I explain it. And I say, even when I was younger, I thought that way too, but I changed my mind when I got older and like realized other things, and how I tied into other stuff, and how he completely omits that shit just to be like, and now he's talking about culture war. Where's that coming from? It's like, you didn't watch the video. So if you are watching this, which I think you probably are, since you somehow seem to be aware of me, do a better job reacting. That's not how you should do reactions. Reactions need to add on the fact. I made a 12-minute video and you made a 9-minute video. This video is 8 minutes and 8:25. So let's see if you're better now.
We're banned for cheating in BF6, transphobia at play. So I'm just gonna let it run and y'all can see what type of bullshit we're about to deal with.
So Battlefield 6 has had an open beta happening for a while now. A lot of people playing it across, Twitch. Lots of people playing it on Steam. Just being, what did he say? None of my videos are edited. He puts long ass pauses and I had to cut them out. I'm letting shit sit, bro. First off, this video is my Riley, but let's compare. Transphobia. Okay. Hi, it's me, your boyfriend / girlfriend / day friend, favorite content creator. And this is gonna be a somewhat of a quick-ish video. I mean, I would hope so. It's not much. So Battlefield 6 has had, so I said, Battlefield 6, and then he goes, playing it on Steam, just being played happening for a while now. A lot of people.
We're banned for cheating in BF6, transphobia at play. So I'm just gonna let it run and y'all can see what type of bullshit we're about to deal with.
So Battlefield 6 has had an open beta happening for a while. Also, guy who wants my attention, why are you here then? I'm also not reacting to myself. I'm reacting to a video where someone's talking about me, which some of your favorite content creators do. So that's weird. But I noticed, I was waiting for you to show up actually, because I know losers like you can't help themselves. So let's give you your 15 minutes. Let's see. Oh, I know that guy's a loser. I know he's an Asmongold fan. That's why he's here on a Saturday night, 11 o'clock at night, coming into my chat room. I know you want the attention now, boys. So let's see what's going on. Just a peaceful dance. What's going on, dude? Yeah, I know Asmongold reacts to videos of people reacting to him all the time. And sometimes other content creators do that too. But he just joined in because he wants attention. So tell you what, dude. Here's your 15 minutes. What do you want to say, big man? See, this is the shit that I find so funny. These people are so pussy. They're so pussy. Even in an arena where it's they can't be seen and I can be seen. They want my attention. I give them the attention, and then it's I'm actually scared now because she's focusing on me. And if, I'm sure he's gonna be like, "Oh my god, I got him so good. I got under his skin or whatever." But like I said before, and I'll go back to something before. If people think so lowly of me, right, that like, "Oh my god, how do you watch this stuff? Why are you checking for me? Why were you in here? Why would you write? Why do you want my attention?" How do I know he's an Asmongold glazer? Because he started coming around after Asmongold showed me on his stream. So that's pretty much it. And all the comments he leaves are just like, this is, I know how they are. It's just one of those things you pick up on when you do this after a while. You'll know like who's been in here for a long time and who's just here because of your most recent video and shit. But anyways, I want to see if he's doing better at reacting to stuff or not. But also he's lying because my videos don't have long ass pauses. I'm letting shit breathe. He's deceptively, once again, deceptively editing his shit. So let's go back to, what was it here? On Steam, just being played by a lot of people, including one person by the name of Riley, or a VTuber named Riley CS. And the reason why I'm talking about this person, first off, this is terrible. Don't ever edit like this. It's okay to have pauses. It's okay to just be like, you know what? And then keep going. Because otherwise you do this whole like, you know what this shit looks like? It looks like this. It looks just like this. It looks like this. This is what it looks like.
It's enough to get me to the boiling point.
Like this is why how he
The cream.
this is how he edited me.
And let me point the cream.
Like you see that, and you can't unsee it. Look at this. Look at this. Is because there is a huge intersection of shit going on that I find fascinating, but in the worst way possible. Riley is a VTuber, and on top of that, Riley is a trans woman.
Also, I'm not sure why them being trans even makes any difference here.
Watch the fucking video. God damn, dude.
Because they actively cheated in the game. She cheated. That's a pretty much slam dunk. I don't know why you're considering it transphobia. So I kind of want to see what you say there, because I want to see what type of shit you pull out of your ass to try to make this.
Why is he so angry? Jesus Christ. Why is he so mad?
Look good on you and the person who was cheating, because I kind of suspect if they were just a regular woman or a regular dude, you wouldn't be making this video. You'd just be like, oh yeah, they were cheating, and then just move on with your life. But in your stupid fucking brain, them being trans somehow gives them immunity to it, when it doesn't even matter in the first.
I like how he asks, he wants to know my opinion, and then he immediately goes, in your stupid fucking brain, you can cheat if you're trans. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing work, dude.
Place.
And normally, that wouldn't be an important detail if we lived in a sane world, but we ostensibly do not. So Riley has a clip of her playing Battlefield 6, and wasn't it proven that the creator didn't cheat? And that the match point, yes, 100%, they didn't cheat. She didn't cheat. Just own it. The clip is titled, at least on Twitter, it's with Cat Girl Locks In, or the most locked in cat girl, right? And the clip went super viral. Good job. Except people are saying that she's cheating. Well, that's a lie.
So I'm about to read off a pinned message from Call of Shame, and I have used their videos to look at people who have been exposed for hacking a lot of times, and usually their sources are very reputable. So I'm going to read this to you now. Evidence. Count 1, banned for cheating in 2024. Reason, cheating in multiplayer games. Count 2, multiple accounts on Steam.
Yeah, all this is debunked, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Does he even get back to my video? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Doing that rock clip. They were not looking at the map. You have to deliberately look to your bottom left.
He went viral. People were talking about it to the point where he got temporarily banned on Twitch, but not banned for cheating. Though people assume that she's cheating. There's been no conclusive evidence to point out the fact that she's cheating. But anyways.
I don't know, man. Looking at someone play like that just screams cheater. So you can say that they're good all you want, but I don't really trust a stuttering mess like XQC who's backing them up to actually deduce if someone is cheating or not.
I would say this, XQC, I'm not his biggest fan. XQC's at least played in the professional arena, so he probably has a little insight into like what it looks like when people cheat. I mean, he also was cheating in his Marvel Rivals thing, but whatever. But I love the fact that he's like, I'm not going to trust your source. Trust my source, a guy who I've also never heard
all
of.
that dude does on stream is flex his money when someone talks shit about him. And plus, if she wants to actually genuinely prove that they are not cheating, they should do a random PC search like they do in tournaments. They usually search your computer to see if you have anything like that.
That's insane to make a regular person do for someone that's not tournament, by the way.
But them deleting their past VODs shows me super hard. Delete your past VODs.
I flicked straight at that guy through the wall. Oopsie.
See that red marker? Yeah, that's a player. People look at maps. Long story short, seeing the red dot on the mini-map made it less sus if you think about it. All it takes is using your common sense and eyes. And if you're an FPS player, you'd know how easy it is to look in a certain area.
Yeah, funniest part with that clip, their eye had no micro movements to show that they were looking at that map. So, in literal sense, the only part, and you can see that their eyes have slight micro movements in that VTuber, they were not looking anywhere but directly at their crosshairs. Have slight that
I love the fact
how easy it is to look in a certain area.
Yeah, funniest part with that clip,
I love the fact that this whole thing I do
do not follow Battlefield at fucking all. I'm not a first-person shooter kind of guy, to be completely honest.
And you definitely don't sound it or look it either. And also, why does your hair look like it has a fucking bacteria on top of it, dog? You look like the type of person to debate people on video games about politics and Fortnite.
Definitely not a first-person.
Oh, so we're just trying to be racist too? We're just being racist? Awesome, dude. Awesome.
War shooter kind of guy. I don't do battle royales or anything like that.
Also, how does he talk about XQC just talking about flexing his money and that doesn't count? He's stuttering mess, and you're trying to come from my hair. Like crazy work, dude.
Aside from the occasional like Fortnite match.
Color me fucking surprised that you play Fortnite. What a
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a little bit mean now. I know this guy who has a fucking fursona as his avatar isn't trying to come for me for occasionally playing Fortnite. What?
very blatantly obvious. Well, anyways, that's all I have for y'all today. Like, if you like it, so I want to add a little something because this recently came out and I want to talk about it. Rally CS in week 2 of the open beta did actually get soft banned. If you want, you can watch Call of Shame's video about it. And also, the person defending them named Pinguify or Pingified is actively their editor, Rally CS's editor, and a cheat dev. So I feel like it's a conflict of interest, especially on that part.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I have a mental list of all the things that
why don't I make a star? That's crazy. This video was embarrassing to watch. You should be ashamed of yourself. So are we just going to ignore all the examples of transphobia he actually covers in the video? I do wish note that I actually did say that anyone who did action up with transphobic was cringe. Then why present the video in a dishonest light? Even your thumbnail entirely misleading. Dog, your own audience doesn't fuck with you. Your own audience doesn't fuck with you. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. I'm not going to post anymore. I don't know, man. I feel like I don't have much faith in gaming anymore. Also, I like how he's like, my videos aren't even edited. Motherfucker, you just put random gameplay video in the background and just talk. Like, that's let me be straight up with you. That's why your views are like this. People, this isn't the 2015s where you can be like Leafy's here and just get on and start talking about shit. Like, yeah, I got to watch this video 3 months later because someone reminded me this existed. That's crazy. Can I get better haters, please? Honestly, that's all I ask for. All I ask for is better haters. Because I got like Griffin Gaming. What was I talking to you guys earlier about? Also, this only got 200 views. Like, but like, what was I talking to you guys earlier about? Being visibly black on the internet means you say some shit, people are gonna be racist. I'm talking about transphobia. He wants to talk about where my hair looks. Okay. Wait, what happened here? Who are these people? Are people like streaming and other? Oh. Wait, is this support of me? I don't understand. What's happening here?
Not want the American court system to actually actively handle violent gang members. A big part of this problem right now.
What's happening?
They put out there, because the internet has fundamentally transformed celebrity and opened the floodgates on who is allowed celebrity. And now I've never really liked the concept of a celebrity in the first place.
What's happening
we
here?
Found over the last several decades that a lot of really bad people were given the privilege of celebrity when they really didn't deserve it. We used to assume that that was because of their...
Bro, all I know is that his microphone's really good because his voice is coming in fucking crisp. I get so jealous of people with good audio. I feel like my audio is always dog shit.
Skills and talent in a particular area, and they deserved fame and fortune. And we're realizing a lot of those people got lucky.
Oh, I see.
Jesus.
I see who's doing. I see who's doing.
And these people are straight up just the worst people.
And now I'm not gonna say a lot of these titles for obvious reasons, but if you notice, this channel's still up, and
they're so hateful, they're so toxic, they're so vitriolic. Some of them are actual literal criminals and Nazis. And it's like, why is this okay?
I would say my hair looked amazing then. It's gotten longer now, so it doesn't stay up as high. Yeah, slurs not them. No, yeah, that was so. Thank you for that though, Ragnarok. 3 months ago, I gotta start checking this more. Oh, I did watch this video. I know this is just voting. Okay, but like, there are actual thumbnails like that. Yeah, yes, there are. I don't know if he's still around. I think it's a different channel, but like, that's what I was talking about last time when I said, like earlier today, when I was talking about how this is the bullshit we have to deal with as black people on the internet, especially in the creator spaces, where it's anytime you talk about something, it's let's be racist. I mean, that other guy whose channel is done was talking about my hair. Then says I don't look like I'd play first person shooters, which I don't know if that's like being racist or that's him admitting that like I look in shape, because thank you so much. I touch weights and touch grass, but I also think it's super weird when people come for someone's physical appearance when they themselves either don't show what they look like or we see what they look like. You know what I mean? Like, and on top of that, he obviously feels very threatened by my voice because, I mean, listen to it. And they had to like pitch up my voice to make me sound like nasally. Why can't I get better haters though? Why can't I get good haters? Why do I get the dumb people? Why do I get roaches? I want to have a higher quality of haters, okay? Like, if you're going to react to me, at least break down what I'm saying and be like, oh yeah, you're an idiot because you actually got this wrong. When your own video proves me right, and then your comment section is just like, no, he's right. Games are art. Games don't have to be fun. they used to be an experience. Like, like are we? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't fucking get it. But you know, the thing is though, I also love that. I love that so much because to me, it shows that conversations like this are more needed. Because it shouldn't be a weird reaction to hear someone talking about video games as art and being like, hey, since it is art, it should be held to the same standards of art. Not all art like looks good, right? But art's expressive. I get woke just because you're not that woke. I know. I need to be next year. I'm gonna be even more woke. I decided I'm gonna play nothing but games with trans people in it. I'm not gonna any game that has a straight white guy as the lead. I'm going to not only not play. I'm gonna make 1,000 videos on why no one should play it. Am I late to the party? You're not, because I'm the one who's late. I'm the one who's actually late to this party. We're gonna go after some hot takes today, guys. I know it's late. I know it's late, but we're gonna do some hot takes. If my Google would fucking thank you so much. Yes, we're gonna get to the hot takes. I have to get the form up first. You know what sucks is I had the form up, and then my browser did some bullshit, so it wasn't working. So I have to get it up again. No one's gonna clip that. Fine. Okay. Gonna make it its own separate thing. And for this, I'm gonna get rid of my. Hold on. Let's go to. Oh, don't not this fucking split screen. I hate this split screen feature. This it has all of a sudden. Don't do this. Thank you. Make its own thing. No, it's gonna make its own page. Its own page. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, gang. So let me do this. I'm gonna make this for a video too. So it's 2 for 1. I'm gonna have to get rid of the chat box here, but that's fine. That is fine. I'm gonna get rid of chat box here, and I'm gonna get rid of chat box on my live page. We're shooting a live video. All right, we're shooting a live video. Okay. All right. Hi, it's me, your boyfriend / girlfriend / stay friends, favorite content creator. And we are going to get right into it today. We are going to go over some hot takes. I myself, sometimes, maybe, have a little bit of an opinion on the internet. And sometimes people get mad at me. But I figured, how come I'm the only one people are getting mad at? We should be getting mad at other people. So I asked some people on the internet kindly, the people in my audience, thank you so much, to send me some hot takes, some of their hot takes. And I also have a Twitter thread up that also is dealing with hot takes. So we're going to get some really, really fucking spicy takes. And if they're not spicy, I will give you guys $10. Not American dollars though. 10 pesos. I will give you 10 pesos. That's good money. You can do that with 10 pesos. Like if you were in Mexico, you could get like a how about 3 tacos? Probably 3 tacos for that. Anyways, without further ado, let us begin. So this form here has 17 responses. We got 17 responses. Okay, so let's see. This is the prompt. First hot take. Pro streamers are the worst people for developers to listen to when it comes to improving their games. They simply have a different motivations than the vast majority of people who will be playing. On a scale of 1 being, it is so cold, it is near absolute 0, and 10 being, Jesus Christ, how is your skin still even on your body? How are the cork glue-on still holding you together? This is like a 2. This is 2. I don't think this is that hot of a take. Like, I don't think this is too hot of a take. This is a very reasonable take. It's very it's a 2. It's very reasonable. Pro streamers are in fact the worst people to listen to when it comes to improving a game, unless it's like a game specifically made for competition. But even then, like, because all they do is look at games in terms of what would be good content for my audience to watch me play, or if they're like first person shooters type streamers, then they're simply looking at weapon balance, like which is the weapon I like to use the most. And almost all the pro streamer dudes who play those games want like a matchmaking system that makes it not fun for the majority of people. Anytime you focus on like the upper echelon, you lose 90% of people who play the games. That's why fighting games have such a struggle to have a huge audience, because it's such a hard filter. And then people who play those games are so good, and then they'll be like, wait, this character sucks. We need to change this. We need to fix this character, nerf this character. Like, nah, no thank you. I think Overwatch was a good example too. Overwatch was so much fun, and then the minute they try to go like professionals, like we have Overwatch League and all this stuff, I stopped playing Overwatch. It wasn't fun anymore. Next take. What trope in gaming are you sick of? Not really a take. We'll come back to that. JRPGs are so goddamn slow and boring. You know what's funny? I still think this is like a 4. Like, I don't agree with it, but it's like a 4. It's not spicy. Also, I grew up in the era of like X plays, where it's poppin', where they were doing nothing but fucking like hatred towards Japanese games and JRPGs and Japan in general. So maybe my vision skewed, maybe my perception here is off, but I don't think this is even like, this is what I'm talking about. Like this is what I'm talking about here. I have so many random fucking bookmarks. Where is it? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the shit I'm used to.
Genji's story is based on
This is just about Japanese games in general, but this is
the Genji period of Japanese history. We're not exactly sure how, but can you really blame us? Because who knows anything about Japanese history? There were some samurai, they periodically killed themselves, a rat learned judo, and they invented a religion that sanctifies small trees and fat guys wrestling. Then we nuked them. That's what they turned into a real country.
To see what the
like that's the 2000s was a crazy time, but this is what I'm talking about. Like,
PS3 can do with a hack and slash that's not bound up with a complex storyline like the vast pageant of Japanese history. Here's our review of Untold Legends.
That was just to get to the intro to a review of a game that's not from a Japanese company. Like that's the type of shit I was listening to when I was growing up, okay? So like if you're gonna come for JRPGs, I need at least this level, or I'm just like, it's a fucking 4, dude. It's a 4. This is why wokeness started, by the way. This is why we're like, maybe we should stop doing this, actually. And now look at the games we get from Japan, and people appreciate them. So yeah, that's where I'm talking. So like, big fan of your content, keep it scoping as you have to and live your life to the fullest. I thank you, I will. But I feel like, no. The RPG is so goddamn slow and boring. That's just, I need more. I need so much more. I need a take that's gonna make me go, damn, you don't get me in trouble. There is nothing wrong with censorship when misinformation and incitation is the goal of said content. It's not a hot take. I'm just right. I mean, fair. But I need hot, you guys. I need it to be hot. Some like it hot. I'm the one who likes it hot. I need a hot take. It's not even censorship when it comes to misinformation. It's just not spreading disinformation. It's not censorship. From Software are the EA of Dark Souls genre. I am... Huh. From Software are the EA of the Dark Souls genre. I don't know about that because Dark Souls, the genre, was started from FromSoft. This is more of a confusing take than like a hot take. You want to give me your hot take? If it's not hot, I'm banning you from chat. But these ones take priority because people wrote it in here. An action game that relies too much on parry mechanics becomes a bad rhythm game. Okay, this was a personal attack on me. Not a hot take, but a personal attack on me. There is no such thing as an action game relying too much on parry mechanics. This is some bullshit. This is some, oh waiter, my steak is too juicy, my biscuit's too buttery type of shit, okay? A bad rhythm game. Fuck you. Every game should parry. All right. But again, this is like a 4. This is not a hot take. This is not a hot take. This was a personal attack on me, which I appreciate, but not a hot take. Dark Souls 1 doesn't have a bad second half. Okay. So I think we're reaching level 5 now. We're 5. We're 5. I think someone just sent one in too. Yeah. I think someone just sent in a response while I was doing this. I think we're at a 5 though, because Dark Souls 1 the second half is bad. It is bad. Obviously, I'm talking subjectively, but it is bad. Like, come on, man. Better chaos. And then you get the Lord vessels, and then you have to go and fight. Come on. Seek the Scaleless fight was bullshit. Like, it's come on. Come on. The first half of Dark Souls is way stronger. It's way stronger. Like Sin's I think most of the time people talk about Dark Souls 1, they remember the first half. You remember Sin's Fortress, right? You remember going to Anor Londo the first time. You remember fighting against Ornstein and Smo. But then, like, after that shit, the Lost City of Islith, you're like, no, I'm not. It's just no. It became uninspired towards the end. I'm just like, Okay, let's hope. Let's get, now we're halfway through with this one, makes us halfway through. Left-leaning channels are too quick to call right-leaning channels Nazis. Right-leaning channels are too quick to call left-leaning channels woke socialists. This isn't even a hot take. I just think you're wrong. As a left-leaning channel, I think you're a Nazi for saying that we all do that. But no. Here's the thing, though. All kidding aside, I can only speak for my own self, my own perspective. I don't even see left-leaning channels to begin with in the gaming space as much as like in the political space, right? But, and I'm assuming we're talking about in the gaming space. I didn't say anything about like non-gaming. How often do you see a thumbnail from a right-leaning channel where it's like socialist, SJW, woke people, XYZ, crash out, whatever, and then you'll see a channel that's like oh, we're talking about their response to the hatred someone got. Like my video with about Riley, I'm like, oh, transphobia at play. I'm not saying these Nazis came after her and did these things, right? But you'll see that shit. They want me dead. They don't want you to have, look at literally any Indian thumbnail. They want you dead. You can't have this. The wokes want you. Vera Darks, the woke journalist cabal wants you to, return the awards from Expression 33 or some bullshit like that. There are more of them starting up. I would love to see more left-leaning gaming channels. Actually, you know what my hot take is? Fuck it. You know what my hot take is? There are too many bitch-ass gaming content creators who are too afraid to stand up against bigotry. That's my fucking hot take. There are so many big content creators that I would just be like, I ignore it. I'm above it. And you know they fucking see it, because if they're in this space with us, then you know they see it. You know how fucking dope it was for Fighting Cowboy to go on that rant about Assassin's Creed Shadows? You know how awesome it is to see him talking about that very same CEO and how he had an exchange with him talking about, dude, focus on the actual gameplay. Like, that's the shit I like. That's the shit I like. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me make sure I can, let me make sure that I want to show you guys actually. I want to show you guys his, that exchange, because I'm like, that was the shit that I was like, hell yeah, dude. I don't know if I actually followed him on Twitter when he said this, but it was sick. Ooh, I'm so glad I'm not showing you guys this on my channel right now, because oh my god, there's literally oh, I am following him. And he reads Berserk. That's awesome. But no, like he was having a, I don't want to say even debate. He was just having a conversation with the CEO of CI Games. And I was like, he's a big content creator. And here he is. All right, here we go. But I have to make sure that, obviously this will be edited in the premium live video, on the premium video you guys will get. But like, look at this. Because he was coming after him too, right? It's like, y'all gonna have solid optimized game for launch, maybe a demo. We're gonna have titties, bro. And then obviously people are coming after him. And he's telling him just to focus on the game, right? But and then he actually did in fact have a back and forth with the CEO. I just can't seem to fucking find it. But point being that that's my hot take. You need more fucking CEOs being talked down to by popular YouTube creators, big creators. And he's not even like this. This is the problem with these fucking gooners, dude. They don't even give a shit if the game is good or bad, only if they can jerk off with the little weenies to a pair of digital titties. Seeing the CEO appeal to these types is fucking cringe. Dark Souls arguably has the greatest fact has ever existed in gaming. Not once have I ever seen that as a marketing point for the game, because you don't need to talk about the giant titties when the game's fucking good. This is exactly what I was saying. But again, we need more of this. We need more people with huge platforms. Like, he's not some small time YouTuber. He has a million. He has a million subscribers. He has official gameplay, official walkthroughs put on like IGNs and like all those places. Like he has like he's in there. That's my fucking hot take. That is my hot take. I need more. Does someone else add on to this? Americans ruin IPs they obtain because they do not care for other cultures. See Tomb Raider. Oh, I wanna check something real quick. Crystal Dynamics. Crystal Dynamics is an American video game developer in San Carlos, California, best known for Tomb Raider. Let's talk about Eidos Interactive. Was a British, so doesn't exist anymore. So it was founded by 2007. SCM. Okay, so is Tomb Raider originally European? No. No, it's not. No, it was not. So Eidos Interactive and used to be the original. They were the originals with Tomb Raiders. It was done by I mean, really them, Eidos, and also Core Design. And so they were British. But to be like, not Canadian, but to be like, I guess technically they are European, right? To be like, they don't care for the culture, see Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider hasn't been a like British IP in terms of being made there for like almost 2 decades. Americans ruined IPs they obtain because they do not care for the other cultures. This isn't a hot take. This is just dumb. This is, to me, this is just a dumb take. Like, see Tomb Raider in what regard? Like in what regard? I don't, man. I hate people who treat gacha games as the best single player games experience. You guys, these aren't hot takes. These are just your personal grievances. What the fuck? Also, yeah, Tomb Raider 2001, pretty enjoyable film as far as live action adaptations go. I hate people who cheat gacha games the best single player experience. Again, a hot take would be like, gacha games are for like a gacha game, for example. Let's say like Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact or Honkai Rail, Star Rail, right? Are for incels. They're for gooner incels who can't talk to women. Boom, there you go. There's a hot take. Hot takes. I don't care for realism in games. Generally, the more grounded a game is, the more boring I find it. This is especially true in shooters. I can't stand cover shooters. I prefer my shooters to be more arcadey and bullet hell like Halo, Quake, or Doom with a heavy emphasis on strafing to dodge projectiles. It's not realistic to matrix dodge bullets, but it's more fun for me. In general, I don't get the general public's obsession with realism. Rockstar games, especially at times, feel like gimmicky tech demos to me with actual gameplay is like, fine, not bad, just nothing that's really impresses me. Okay. Okay. All right. Now we're starting to get a little bit above the 5s. We're pushing on 6 territory. Here's how I would make this hotter. Here's how I would increase the spiciness of this take, okay? I would say Rockstar games would not be as well received if they weren't realistic. In other words, people play Rockstar games because of the tech behind it, not the games themselves. That would be a hotter take. Am I wrong? That's a hard take. Also, I low-key agree with that second portion. Because I have had this opinion for the longest time. I don't think people actually play Rockstar games because of the gameplay. I don't. And what I mean by that is, I don't think people are like, oh, this gameplay loop is so addicting, it's so interesting. You play Rockstar open world games because there's shit you can do in there and they have fun interactions. But like, no one ever talks about Rockstar games really in terms of like the story. They've only done it really one time, and it's with, surprise, surprise, Red Dead Redemption 2. But then people also gas it up from its tech side, like a tech demo. They'll talk about how you can, there's literal YouTube videos of people showing how you can actually see people eat food in Rockstar games in Red Dead Redemption 2. Or how like the horse's balls shrivel when it's in water. Or like how long it takes to actually kill and skin an animal. And I'm like, yeah, if they didn't have like that level of realism, I don't think people would talk about these games for any other reason. That's my hot take. Next time if I see a hot take that's not hot enough, I'm going to jazz it up. The ones crying about Taurus originally Taurus, I've been around long enough to see people like them crying about how the elitists keep telling them to fuck off. Now those elitists had all left. They're trying to replace them, not realizing they've been gatekept. This isn't hot. This isn't a hot take. I agree with this take. This isn't hot though. If we want to spice this up, okay. You originally said that the crying ones, the ones crying about Taurus, are the original Taurus. That they're all gone. I would say, higher take, the people crying about Taurus don't fucking play games, or actually are bad gamers. There are people who don't appreciate the very thing they're trying to gatekeep because they think they can gatekeep it to begin with. Ooh, see, Lucas, that's a good fucking take. Red Dead Redemption 2 is kind of like The Last of Us. Ooh, that would get people mad. That would get people mad. Ooh. See, that's a hot take. If you said Red Dead Redemption 2 and The Last of Us 2 are the same, you would get people so mad. That's a hot take. AAA should stop making video games for boomers and millennials. We don't need an old Kratos coping with parenthood or existential game focused on our pending death. We need to be continuously reincarnated, elf boy, or adorable blue robot. I don't want my children to miss out on new games in the ESVE target demographic because all the AAA developers are focused on making content for people who are in their late 30s. Okay, first off, again, these personal attacks against me as a person, not a hot take. AAA should stop making video games for boomers and millennials. They're never going to do that because that is the literal target. Like, people with disposable income wouldn't be 3-year-olds. It'd be us. And we'd also buy the game for the 3-year-olds. But let's punch this up a little bit. The main issue I'm seeing here is focusing on like AAA shouldn't focus on older games, right? You don't want to talk about, or you don't want them, having Kratos coping with parenthood existential game focused on pending death. I think if you make this a hot take, this one's a little bit difficult to make, but I would say to make this take a wee bit hotter, you could just straight up say that, all AAA games are pretentious. Or even better, you can say AAA games are ashamed to be games. There you go. There you go. AAA games are ashamed to be games. Not the hottest take ever, but hotter than this one. You can lead into how AAA games are afraid to be games and they'd rather be movies, whereas kid games are better. Kid games are better games than AAA games, or real gamers play kid games. Fake gamers play AAA games. There you go. There you go. Also, someone write this down because this may be a video topic I do in the future. Hey, this isn't a video game related question, but what does it mean if I like IFC films more than A24 films? That means you like more international movies that are indie instead of American made indie films. Did gaming occur this evening? No. No gaming occurred this evening. Partially because I got busy talking, but also because if we're being real, I don't think you guys actually like watching me play games. Okay, next take. Oh, holy shit. Okay. So there's a certain subset of gamers that didn't get games like the recent God of War games, Last of Us, Uncharted, essentially the vast majority of first-party single-player PlayStation games for the past 15 years or so, claiming these games are poor excuses for games because of how much they take from other mediums such as film, and solely relying on the unique strengths of games as a medium to tell stories, that the games would just be as good or better as movies and TV shows. In my mind, not only just incredibly surface level shallow criticism of these games that often ignores the way that these games do take advantage of the unique qualities of the games to get you to care about the whole worlds in these games. But we also have to, we have proof that properties like Uncharted and Last of Us do not hit the same as movies and TV shows. In Uncharted's case, because it was simply a bad movie, in my opinion, that had none of the charm or soul of the first game of the games. But even in the Last of Us show, which I do consider to be a very good adaptation based on the first season, I've not watched season 2 yet. Same girl. A lot of those smaller moments of Joel and Ellie bonding through exploring the game world just can't properly capture it in TV show, not to mention all the truncated bits of the game story in the show. It's also very dominant standard to hold over a game that is not a real game if it can be easily adapted for another medium. We don't apply this standard to any of the work. We don't say certain books are bad or a bad representation of the medium if they can be easily adapted into film or vice versa. So why do we do that with games? I want to say a couple of things. First off, I'm realizing that I have cultivated a much smarter community than I thought I did, because I was expecting hot takes left and right, not thoughtful, real critique about this. This is a one to me, but I 100,000% agree with this, even though I ironically made the hot take for the last take to be against this. I actually fully agree with this. Listen, great general take, bad hot take. Okay, this is correct though. We do have this issue where people are trying to say video games, like first person Sony ones, right, we better as movies. This person, I can't even add on to this because they nailed it. I can't add on to that. Becoming a channel meme, I just came to check. One of these days, you guys are going to come here and I'm going to be playing video games and you're going to be so surprised. I think Gran Turismo movie had the same issue, right? And the game does not have a story mode to speak of. Gran Turismo is a weird situation because Gran Turismo is a thing. Like, Gran Turismo is it's a game series about racing, right? Real racing. But it's a movie that came out about not the game, but one of the racers in real life became a racer because they played Gran Turismo and then they did a contest and they got to actually drive a race car and then they won races. So the movie is based off of this. The movie is it's a biopic based off of the game that's based off of the guy who did it. It's so weird. Yeah, this is the banger. This is the banger. Just post. I first think that A game that has ugly characters can be enjoyed because ugliness is actually a form of creativity. There are several games that do these specific things, like Home Safety Hotline and Tainted Grail. The whole need for character attractive in games doesn't matter to me. Again, you guys are being too smart and reasonable. All right, we're gonna spice this up. Okay, we're gonna spice this up. You ready? You ready? Games that need attractive characters are bad games. There you go. If your character has to be attractive for your game to work, your game sucks. There you go. There you go. That's how you spice up that take. That's how you spice up that particular take. If your game needs attractive characters, and that's the selling point, and it's not like a date sim game or like a Guna game, then your game sucks. I personally hate the word overrated. Why? Because it's used more often than not as a very backhanded remark towards those praising something said person either likes or straight up hates. It's fine to not like something that is genuinely well loved, but maybe find better ways of expressing that don't involve using remarks that drag others down with you. These are not hot takes, you guys. You know what? I'm going to do a different poll where I just ask you guys to just get shit off your chest, because this was clearly what you guys wanted to do. I can't even spice this one up. I can't even spice this one up. There's nothing to spice up. It's literally not a take. It's not a hot take. Like, it's Poker characters sell more. Why does Celebrate not sell millions of copies in Yote or AC Shadows? It's because we obviously know having attractive game characters is not really important. It's gameplay is more important. Gameplay is king or queen. Influencer culture is so fucking cringe, to be honest. Now listen, not a hot take, but you're not wrong. I don't like influencers. And I know here's the thing. I myself am not an influencer. I wouldn't consider myself anywhere close to being an influencer. But influencing what is what I always come down to. Influencing what? Just in general. Like if someone was like, "Hey, I'm gonna teach you guys about like fitness," and it's like, okay, you're a fitness influencer, but you just work out, like, are you influencing me to work out, or are you influencing me to buy like your workout? Like, what are we doing? I don't like influencers. No, I don't like it. I think influencer culture is cringe too, especially because what's happening in the streaming spaces where it's just people who are just super fucking annoying with no actual discernible talents get famous because they're just annoying on camera and just annoy people on camera. Ugh. I watch Delabase streams do some streamers, including TTBN, and I'm almost half asleep while I'm watching. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but thank you. All right, this is the last one. Terrible character design is partially the reason why we have this divide amongst gamers today. In fact, if Americans could design characters people like, we wouldn't have half as much issues today. Hence why Japanese design characters tend to have very little pushback, is that they're either sexy or cool. American designs are just mad and seen as agenda pushing because they suck. Okay, this is the closest we've gotten to an actual hot take, so thank you for clutching it up at the end of this. This is a good hot take. This is a 7. Because they're effectively saying is Japanese game designs or Japanese character designs better than American designs. That is a little bit column A, column B for me. And by that, I mean, column A is like, yes, I do think there is a divide amongst gamers, but I don't think that's the reason why. If anything, if you want to make this a spicy or hot take, if you make this an actual 10 out of 10, I would say that Eastern game developers are lacking when it comes to actual character design. That's the harder take version of that. That's the harder take of that. Okay? Western game developers have better character design than Eastern game developers. That's the hot take. That's how you make that shit piping hot. That's how you get the internet mad at you. You could even expand on that and be like, Eastern games don't take chances. Eastern games don't take chances when it comes to design. They're very safe. Whereas Western games at least take chances. That's me punching that up. Eastern games are too safe. Their character designs are too safe. And obviously I'm talking overall, not like by genre to genre. Like I'm being general. I'm generalizing here. Western games had to take chances to even get looked at. They still got to take chances. You want to know why? You want an even hotter take? You want an even hotter take? It's because Western audiences require more than Eastern audiences. That's the hottest take. That take is so hot you can almost call it racist. Okay, that's a spicy take. That's a spicy meatball of a take. But if we can talk about that for a second before people get all like, he's TTBN being racist. No, I'm not being racist. But what I'm saying though is Western games. Yeah, Western games, right, have to appeal, not had to, are primarily made for the Western audience. Eastern games for Eastern audiences, obviously there's exceptions to the rules. Western audiences are a lot more diverse than Eastern audiences. And we're talking about like Japan, right? The Japanese gaming audience is not as diverse as like the American gaming audience. Like a lot of Japanese games can have very similar designs. Especially if we're talking about RPGs. Those motherfuckers make one body type, and there we go. It took 35 years for Ryu to change clothes to Street Fighter. Exactly. Because look. Because look at this. 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 Look at Tales of Arise, right? Which honestly, I gotta finish. I gotta finish Tales of Arise. If Tales of Arise, if you guys can see what this looks like if we can actually, it's like, wow, that's a pretty cool looking art style. And then if I go to this one, oh boy, is this also Tales of Arise? Is this also Tales of Arise? But also, and also, and mind you, I love these games. I bought this game. I have Chosen in the Sky. I also have Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I also have Tales of Arise. I have all these games I'm talking about. But it's like, visually, Try that shit with One Piece or Dragon Quest in terms of video games or just in general design. 'Cause we're talking about video games. I mean, but Dragon Quest is the same as Dragon Quest. What Dragon Quest? What 8? Most recent like 3D one. Dragon Quest is kind of cheating, though. Was like Hero or something. Yeah, Dragon Quest is kind of cheating though because Elusive Age. This one's kind of cheating though because the character designer is based off of it's Akira Toriyama, so I could just do literally this. There we go. Here's Dragon Age again. With actual dragons. Oh, I'm sorry, Dragon's Quest with actual dragons. Here's Sandland. That's what I'm saying. It's Toriyama. It's kind of like not fair. But I guess like the One Piece games look slightly different. But like that's also based off of an existing IP. So it's not like they made it from a video game, right? Like if we're just talking just video game though, like an argument could be made that there is more risk being taken on Western games from like a character design standpoint. Because what was that one game I looked at before? It was like like any Honkai game. We're gonna act like Sony Western games don't look alike either. I didn't say all that. What I'm saying is, if you look at the totality of things, right? Look at it holistically. There is more variety in character appearance and design in Western games than there are in like Japanese games. Like, okay, you're saying it's cap, but like, I showed like 3 different studios with the same art style. Yeah, Suda 51 tastes for sure. But I'm not, again, like I said earlier, I'm like an argument could be made for that. And I also said that there are exceptions to the rule, of course. Right? Like, yes, there are games that look different in Japan from other games. I know. But when a lot of the games that come out now, especially because the gacha games are really taking over, they are starting to come closer to a much more homogenized look, which is why Suda 51 stands out, which is why Yoko Taro stuff stands out, right? Like the stuff that stands out because it's not the norm. Capcom what? Capcom games compared to other Capcom games or what? Like, look at this is where wins me, right? This is where wins me. This is Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Like there's definitely like a type. Because if you want to say like Western games, like do like whole like you mentioned Sony earlier, right? Here's our take. People who complain about Mayor's Suits are hypocritical because they don't say anything to male power fantasy characters like Doomguy and classic Kratos. And who's so far like example Ryu. Capcom Nintendo Asian games is not the same. That's just an oversaturation action RPGs and gacha games. Well, even Capcom though, right? Even some Capcom games. Not to be fair to Capcom, they have their one engine, so like a lot of the games are going to kind of look similar. The games look fucking fantastic. Yeah, I know Nintendo, now the game's design is not the same. I get that, but you can't also talk about the oversaturation of action RPGs and gacha games. Is my point exactly though? That is what's being pushed out way more than anything else. That's going to affect what I'm talking about. If every game was like, you know, super fucking diverse, I'd be like, yeah, they're not a problem. But they do. Their JRPGs mostly have similar body types or at least aesthetics, and then the gacha games I can barely tell them apart, to be completely honest. And again, this is from someone who plays JRPGs like religiously. I get it. I love JRPGs. But because I play so much of them, I know I'm like, these are starting to look alike. These are starting to look alike. And the thing is too is like, what's funny is, like the Resident Evils now, and even like the Pragmata. If anything, Capcom is losing more of its visual identity because they're going the more realistic route, which makes this like if someone told you, let's be real, if someone told you that this game was from Hideo Kojima, was a Fox Engine game, would you be surprised? This is no disrespect to Hideo Kojima, but this is like something you'd see in Death Stranding. If we're talking about character design, this is something like a Death Stranding. Ironically for Capcom, them going more realistic has made them stand out less. Like I know this is from Devil May Cry. Right? Why did it click on that one and show this one? Whatever. I know this is V from Devil May Cry. Right? This is an Onimusha game, the new Onimusha coming out. Well, like, look at like this Onimusha. It looks similar in style, like to the more recent stuff. But you look at like the old Onimusha, it had a different visual aesthetic. I think Capcom's sort of losing their own visual aesthetic. Capcom's kind of going more saturated, like desaturated colors and stuff. Which I think sucks, honestly. I think in general, we need to go into less desaturation, more saturation. Please. Like I don't mind realism as art style. I don't. But I do think if we want to focus on the West, for example, I do think Western game developers have an over focus on realism. Overly focused on realism. Like I think that's a big issue. I think that's a big issue, honestly. Is Western games are focused too much, and I've stated this before. This isn't even a hot take. I've literally stated this before in the video. They're focused too much on graphics. Too much on graphics. Capcom definitely went the uncanny realism route to make them stand out. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like to me. Because like, look at RE4, right? Look at like OG RE4. Look how it's less, it's more vibrant, right? I know it's in the brown era of the gaming platform, of the gaming cycle. Everything's more brown, but you could see shit, right? Like things are still clear. And then you have like the remake, and it's just everything's darker. Like literally everything's just darker. Brown piss filter era of gaming will not be missed. But like now we're in the hyper realistic shit where it's just like, what if make everything darker? Okay, Crow Cat, how dare you? A sexualized female character design doesn't mean automatically good. I argue non-sexualized female designs are better than sexualized female designs. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And that's honestly something I've talked about before, but I don't think I ever went to like specific like details with that because you know how I talk. But like if we look, okay, so Gooners are mad at hold on, let me make sure before I type in Tifa, let me make sure it's fucking let me make sure that let me turn say search on real quick. Let me just double check here. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yes. Okay, no more Gooners. Okay, good. So if we look at this, for example, right? This is how Tifa looked originally. Nothing too crazy, right? Even if we have like her classic design versus her remake design. Now, not to say this person is like this, but I did see people literally online saying that they made her less sexy because they put thigh highs on her. And I'm like, if you think thigh highs are less sexy, we can't be friends. But also, these are good character designs to me. Like it still gets it through. Like every time she's been redesigned, I think they did a good job. Like this was just her original. I would have been considered this sexy. If anything, she's way too leggy in the original version. Like her torso goes from here to here, and it's just leg. It's just all leg. Oh, look at Oh, I'm supposed to make sure. Yeah, Jill Valentine, her remake outfit, I think was also fine too. But this is practical and it makes sense. Yeah, like these look good, right? And then people are like, oh, but they want her like, and this is still kind of sexy, no? The only bad version of her costume is this shit. This is I don't like that. I don't like that. But yeah, the remake version of her, like I know like it's her classic costume, right? But it's like going from this to this is fine to me. Yeah, no, the her and Goddess Nikki or Nikkei is not canon. But yeah, that's the thing with character design. It's like if we look at like a Street Fighter Alpha 3, this is when they made their characters younger. right? But they still had pretty cool character design. I mean, fighting games have to have interesting character designs, otherwise people like you get bored visually. But they kind of have to have interesting designs. Like, and there's still sexy characters here. Like there's Street Fighter. What's this? Elena, right? No one's boycotting Street Fighter. No one's saying like, "Oh no, we can't have Elena in the game." You know what I mean? Tomb Raiders too. There are so many character designs that people, you know what the funny thing is too, a lot of the times that people are like, oh, this classic character design from the 1999 was so good. And it's like, she just had big boobs. Like if we look at OG 96 2, Tomb Raider original. Like you look at this, right? And it's like, is this quote unquote iconic because she just had big titties? Or it's just like the outfit? Is it like what is iconic about the look? You know what I mean? Like obviously it goes over time because it's became more iconic with the dual pistols, whatever. But like people act as if it doesn't look like this, it's a bad redesign. It's a bad design. Like no, she has to have big, big bouncings, and it's like. What is the new one called? Catalyst? Like, I don't think this is a bad redesign for her at all. She has dual pistols. You know what I mean? Like, weren't you a motion capture model in Horizon Forbidden West? I was. I was the black guy. I was this guy. That was me. I like how I can type in black guy and it only shows silence or this guy. That's me though. That's definitely me. Rest in peace, Lance Reddick. But that's me. That's me. Put some respect on my name. But no, like Lara Croft Survivor Series 2, like we are in an age where I think we're getting really good, actual, like interesting redesigns for characters, but people just go, oh, wait a minute. It's not big tittied. Don't like it. Don't like it. I was on Twitter today and there was people talking about this game. It was a gotcha game. And this lady had a swimsuit edition and then they had a skirt version and they removed the skirt. People are like, oh, the version without the skirt is so much hotter. And it's like, yeah, but it looks worse. Oh, you know what we could talk about, honestly? This shit. Do you guys remember the absolute shitstorm people were crying over because of this outfit? Where they just added the lace. Do you know how boring you have to be like, if I can't see her cleavage all the time, it's a bad outfit. Do you understand from a fashion standpoint, like this makes it up visually, this gives it something, otherwise she's just a gray blob. And they're like, no, they ruined her. Like, oh, see, look, this is much better. And it's like, no, it's just nothing there. Mind you, in the same game where she looks like this, right? Where you can have her damn near booty cheeks out. They were like, they changed her. I can't see her boobies anymore. Like, that's crazy to me. This is what I am talking about, though, when I'm like, these people don't actually care about these games in any significant way. They don't care about it from an art standpoint. They don't care about it from like a design choice. They simply want to be able to jerk off all the time. All the time. That's their whole thing. This is a much more interesting outfit than Drinkers. What? Oh, holy shit. Critical Drinker did a video on this? I didn't even realize that. But no, this is a much more interesting design choice than the one on the left. Because what's the thing here? Just you can see her boobs. But from a fashion standpoint, what is that? It's nothing. It's nothing. And a lot of her outfits look better when she's covered up. Like, look at this shit. Like, these are all the outfits, right? I can say whatever. Like, this is, I think her default outfit's kind of garbage. Well, look at this shit. I used to rock this a lot. This is her fully clothed. This actually looks good. Actually, I'll tell you which outfits I like the most. This outfit sucks. I hate the Stargazer suit. It's so bad. It's so fucking ugly. I'm sorry. The Stargazer outfit is one of my least favorite ones. I never wear this. And the Plant 2 diving suits, like, it's whatever. This one's kind of fun. Orco exploration suit. But like, it's the Again, keyhole dress, no. Cybernetic dress, like, Like, this is good. This looks good. That looked good. This is my shit, though. I was wearing this shit so much in my playthrough. Racers high. I was wearing the shit out of this fit. I had the short hair bob going on too. Holiday rabbit. But do you see how boring this is? Like, they had to add something for pizzazz. Oh, this is just boring, just gray. You would skip this. Cyber Magician, I did fuck with for a little bit, but then I got the Yorha DLC, and I was like, you know what? Because there's that Racer High, and then there's not the Bruce Lee one. This is the Bruce Lee one, but there's another yellow one that has, I think it's like a checker jacket. Like, this is some like goth Lolita shit. I mean that in a good way, by the way. Not like it's bad. But like, what the fuck is this? This is indecisive and noisy. This is fucking weird. I didn't like that. The daily denim. This is, you know, it's called Wasteland Adventurer. This is kind of, I can fuck with this. I wouldn't wear those heels with that though. It feels kind of like a little much too, a little too monochromatic. Like, the blue breaks it up, but I wouldn't have to see blue jeans. Daily knitted dress. Again, it's safe. It's not interesting to me though. Daily mascot. There's a version that is yellow. Where's my one outfit though? Oh, this one is such a weird one to me. This one is such a weird one to me because like you have like the sort of knitted sweater top, right? But then it's like, it's too over designed for me. Like especially what really kills it is the skirt. Like this whole like red light shit here. I'm like, I don't like that. 10 out of 10, no notes. Daily Sailor. Okay, like this is just like she really likes those high waisted pants, which fair. Kind of boring shirt though. Cybernetic bondage. Again, I think this is more of like the goonery type of thing. Still not necessarily bad, but I just feel like there's not like there's just so much better, like hotter outfits in this game. I'm gonna scroll down because I'm taking clicking left to right. Black Wave. It's like, nah, dude. Like, there's like the Kunoichi ones I wore a lot. Here, let me just show you just my outfits that I think are actually good. I used to wear this one. Look like a ninja. I wore this one until I got the Yorha. This one would have been really cool to me, but there's just one part right here. I'm just like, I'm not a big fan of the asymmetrical design, and then just the fact that it has just random straps right here. Like, I think it'd have been cooler. They could still show a little exposed up top of him if this would have been like a completely different color. Be more eye catching. And then there's elegant dress now. This one I didn't like at all. I know it's from a different game, but like it just not look good. So I have all of the Yorha ones. I have all the Yorha ones. So like, got that one. I fuck with this one the most though. Uniform one. Uniform ones I like the most. Uniform one is the best one. And then for the hair, I have her with the short hair and glasses. Like that's the peak. That's peak for me. I don't really just my other people because I think their fashion sucks. The choices suck. But like my number one outfit though is where is it? This one. Race is high. Because it's fun. It shows a little bit of skin. Visually, it breaks it up a bit. You have the checker patterns up here. Then you have these straight lines down here. I like to sit on the gloves too. That's my number one. My daily. And then this Yorha unit. Unit 1. Come on. And there's this one. Because, you know, the video game is awesome and the music they play is cool. But yes, I know we went all over the place, but like, you can have both kinds of designs, right? Like this is more my taste, but you could be like, okay, I want to play as a fucking missing ship, or you can make, yeah, I want a character that looks like this. It's like, okay, not my choice, but it's also fine. But look, at least Stellar Blade gives you the variety and options, and not everything's a gooner fucking outfit. But these people want every game to just be Gunnar Blade. Like just Gunnar. No, they want everyone dressed like this. All of them have dressed like this. And that's too much clothes. Because they really want you like this. No variety. Just all the same. And I think that's fucking crazy. And boring. All right, gang. It is late. It is late. Or you want me to do a character design tier list? Tell you what. On my, if I stream next weekend, because I'm not sure if I will do, but if I stream next weekend, I will make it a character design tier list. Since you guys are in the chat room right now, I'm going to put up a poll right now that you guys can complete. And it's going to be you telling me a couple of things, okay? I'm putting a poll. I'm gonna put not a poll, I'm putting a link up. My link is going to be you guys telling me your sins, all right? Here. Since I had a rant video for me, I can do like a sort of rant video for you guys, but I can just read off your actual, not hot takes, just like the things you want to get for chest. And hopefully this time, people actually will follow the rules and not give me some shit I don't want. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, what's it? There we go. Let me just make sure the link is up and ready. Then we'll get it going. Hold on, why did it delete itself? All right. Here we go. If you check right now, I'll put it in the chat actually. So you guys are here right now, you can have it. Then I'll post this. Everyone else. So they can get it slightly later than you. And by slightly later, I mean by seconds because I'm posting it right now. All right. And with that being taken care of, you guys, this is almost a 5-hour stream. We're going to bed. We're going to bed. Okay. We're going to sleep now. Sweet dreams, or have terrible dreams. I don't care. But I will see you guys next time. I'm quitting the stream. The stream is done. See, look, it's over. It's ending. I should use this stream more often, but the stream is over. So go